Tales for Dark Nights.
The Scarecrow Corpse by Kris Mallory. Narrated by Markiplier. The following testimony was emailed to me recently by an old friend. I haven't heard back from him. I hope he's okay. As you know, I'm in, or was in, training to be a coroner. My education was almost complete, and I had been working a paid internship with a well-known medical examiner in the Washington, D.C. area. All that changed a few hours ago when I was fired from the office for refusing to participate in what I believe to be a cover-up. Even though they warned me about consequences for leaking any information about this case, my conscience wouldn't be clear if I kept quiet. This is something people need to know. A few days ago, we received a call from the Metro Police about a possible body discovered on the Red Line. Since working here, we've responded to a few calls in the subway system. The first time, it was a woman who tripped over someone's rolling suitcase while trying to pass by on the escalators. She ended up with a broken neck. Twice we went out there for a heart attack, once for a late-night mugging that went bad. The poor guy was stabbed repeatedly in the stomach, even though he handed over his watch and wallet like the mugger requested. So far, I haven't seen anything especially gory, and it was a bit of a letdown when the dispatch officer said the man was found just sitting on the train. Is it wrong that I've been looking forward to a call about someone either jumping or being pushed in front of a train? The interesting thing is the wording of the dispatch request. Possible body. If the word possible is in front of body, maybe it's the paramedics that should be responding and not the coroner's office. When we arrived, the paramedics actually were on the scene, so we figured it was just a miscommunication and we were called out prematurely. Police tape blocked off the entire station platform. From our view at the top of the escalators, we could tell something wasn't right. The paramedics stood outside the door to the train car and they weren't actually doing anything except arguing and pointing at a body slumped up against a window inside. We could have left, but since it was a slow evening, we decided to take a look anyway just to see what was going on. As we approached, I overheard some of the conversation between the two paramedics. "He's dead, right?" said the older of the two. "Dead people don't do that." "Do what?" I thought. Once they saw us, they quickly agreed that the man was dead and promptly left the scene to us. Clearly, this wasn't a call they wanted to handle. I can understand that. The police weren't much help either. I chatted with the officers on the scene while the doc went in to take a look at the man on the train. One of the detectives commented that there weren't any clear signs of foul play. The witnesses all claimed that the guy just sat down like everyone else and then he stopped breathing. Natural causes, I thought. Seemed like a pretty cut and dry case, but when I looked over my shoulder at the doc, he seemed confused. "Look at this," he said to me as I walked into the train. As I approached, it seemed like the man was just napping, like a lot of train riders do when they know their stop won't be coming up for a while. "Look at what?" I asked. "His eyes." The man's head was forward, with his chin to his chest, so that I had to kneel down to get a good look at his face. As I'm doing this, the doc is talking out loud like he tends to do, just going over his mental checklist. "Not breathing, no pulse, his skin is cold to the touch, approximate time of death, 6 to 8 hours ago." I'm in the aisle of the train, trying to make do with a pin flashlight since the dim lighting on the train wasn't helping things much. The man's eyes were open, and they seemed to be staring at me. It's not uncommon, so I lean in closer hoping to figure out what it is the doc wanted me to see so that I don't look like an idiot. And then he blinked. I jumped back as quick as a mongoose would jump away from a cobra. "What the fuck?" I tried to say. "Exactly," the doc said. "Gotta be a muscle spasm, right?" "You would think," he says. But watch this. He grabs the guy by the hair and pulls his head back. With his other hand, he waves a finger in front of the man's open eyes, which then began to follow along as the doc moves his finger left and right. Then the man looked at me and blinked again. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" I ask. "Nope." "And he's dead?" "As a doornail." We let the officer in charge know that we couldn't determine the cause of death on site. A full autopsy would need to be performed to make any kind of determination. She made a note in the report that this body had a tendency to follow you with its eyes and occasionally blink. Off the record, she told me the whole case bothered her. The man, she said, didn't have any identification, credit cards, watch, jewelry, a phone, or even money. All they found on him was a train ticket and a napkin. Once we had him back at the office, we changed into our examination coveralls. I was asked to deal with his clothing. The man watched me the whole time as I stripped off his business suit. He even winked at me once. Also, a few odd things were noted about the clothing. First, he wasn't wearing any undergarments. Normally people wear a t-shirt, boxers, a brief, and socks. This guy wore none of those things, but for some reason, he had on 2 belts, one over the other. The doc switched on his tape recorder and then turned on the buzzsaw. I watched as he performed the Y incision, and I made a mental note of his perfect technique so that I could try and do it better next time. I'm telling you, the doc is a real artist. Next came the enjoyable cracking sound as the ribcage was pried open. While this was happening, the man's eyes watched us. I could almost swear he was smiling too. Over the next hour, the doc made notes as he did the exam. He handed me each organ to be weighed and cataloged. There was nothing strange or out of the ordinary about any of the internal organs. "Okay," the doc said. "Let's take a look inside his head. I want to see what's causing the eye movement." "Listen, do you mind if we tape the eyes shut first?" I tried to remain as professional as I could, but the constant blinking unnerved me. The doc didn't mind, so I took some suture tape and worked up the courage to manually close the guy's eyelids and tape them down. Immediately, they started moving fast. His whole face was convulsing and contorting itself, trying to break free of the tape. "I don't think he likes that," the doc said, and then he removed the tape from the man's eyes. The violent motion stopped right away and the man winked at the doc. "This isn't natural," I said. "There's a scientific reason for everything. It's our job to find it," the doc replied. "But he actually fought to get the tape off his eyes." "I guess he wants to watch. Now, do you want to remove the skull or should I?" I'm too shaken to handle the equipment, so I watch as the doc works the saw around the man's skull. The bastard is smiling. I'm sure of it. He's staring at me and blinking his left eye and then his right eye back and forth. I hear the familiar popping sound caused by the top of a skull being pulled off. "Whoa. Okay," the doctor says. "What is it?" I ask as I'm walking around to see what he's seeing. The man's eyes follow me, of course. "I think I might have to call this one in." Dear God. The brain was missing. "Doc?" I ask. "Not now. Pack up and go home. I'll finish cleaning this up." He's saying this as he's already dialing a number on the phone. "But just go. I'll call you later." It isn't a request. I know when to shut up and listen. I make my way to the door knowing that the man is still staring at me. "And don't say anything to anyone." The doc never called me back. Each time I tried to reach him, it went to voicemail. I tried to go back the next day. Security won't let me in the building. They said I was to await further instructions while on paid leave. That was 4 days ago. This morning I hear a knock at my door. It's a man who said he was with the medical examiner's office, but he looks as if he's with the CIA, FBI, NSA, or some other 3-letter agency. He asks if he can come in to talk. I open the door to let him in, and as I do, I notice two other similarly dressed men sitting in a black Suburban across the street. The folder he hands me is a case file for the John Doe that was found on the train. All of the notes about the eye movement and the blinking were removed. There was no mention of anything out of the ordinary, let alone a missing brain. It's already got the doc's signature on it, and this man is asking for me to sign it as well. I try to tell him the file is wrong, but he holds up a hand to stop me from speaking. "This is how it happened. Sign it," he said. I ask about the doc. I want to know why I haven't heard from him. He says the doc has been let go. The way he says it makes me think the worst. I refuse to sign it and ask to speak to the director of the medical examiner's office. The man informs me that would be impossible and that I am to be fired. But fired isn't the word he used. The word he used was terminated. He leaves when I ask him to go, but he warns me that mentioning this to anyone would have serious consequences. As soon as the door closed behind him, I packed a bag and took off. I saw that a black Suburban was parked at the end of my street, and I might just be paranoid, but I think it pulled out after I did. Just in case I was being followed, I changed directions several times. When I felt it was safe enough, I pulled into a nearby residential neighborhood and found an open Wi-Fi signal. I think something strange is going on in DC, maybe elsewhere as well. I don't know what it could be, but I feel like the doc and I stumbled onto something we weren't supposed to know about, and now we're in danger. I found the doc's home number online. When I called, it went straight to voicemail. I tried to leave a message for him, but the line went dead once I began talking. If someone is monitoring my phone calls, it's possible my car is bugged too, and they already know exactly where I am. Again, maybe I'm just paranoid or crazy. Maybe there is a completely logical explanation for the Scarecrow corpse that stares and blinks and winks and smiles. I can't imagine how anything like that could exist or why. I'm scared. Really, really scared. I decided the only thing to do would be to write this and email it out to everyone I know. Hopefully this information will make it to someone. If you've received this and haven't heard back from me by tomorrow, then I'm probably dead, and you'll know what I've written is true.
The Swing. Written by Dan David. Narrated by Jeff Clement. What do people usually fear when moving out to live on their own? What sort of problems does one normally encounter when finally venturing from the safety of their parents' home into a place of their own? Perhaps it's paying their rent on time, or having to do all the cleaning without any of Mommy's help. These were the things I anticipated. I never could have predicted the events of the past week. We had finally moved the last box into my new house. Single-level ranch and only 2 bedrooms, but for a bachelor like me, it was a dream come true. The house was right in the heart of a great suburban neighborhood with a 2-car driveway and a pretty big backyard. When I had seen the yard, the first thing I thought of was all the parties I'd be hosting. I stepped onto the deck and took a breath of fresh air while closing my eyes to imagine the endless nights of friends, booze, and of course, women. I stretched my arms out and let out an exuberant sigh of relief. As I scanned my surroundings, I couldn't help but notice the elevated deck gave me the proper vantage point to see into my neighbors' backyards. I figured since I hadn't formally met any of them yet, I would try and guess now whom I'd have to worry about if my parties got too rowdy and the risk of 911 calls would become a harsh reality. To my right, I saw a vibrant garden, a grill, and a hammock. I figured it was a middle-aged couple. Hopefully they're not too old and cranky, I thought to myself as I turned my head to view my neighbors to the left. And that's when I saw him. Under a large oak tree, adorned in colorful Christmas lights, was what looked to be a young boy swinging away on his playset. Great, I thought. I bet his bedtime is a lot earlier than any party I throw would be ending. I continued to look at the boy. His back was turned to me. He wore a hoodie and gloves, which struck me as odd since it was summer and pretty warm outside. I brushed it off and assumed the boy was sick. I went back inside and began to unpack everything. With the help of some friends, we managed to put together all my furniture, hook up my home entertainment system, and more or less get the house in working order. I just sent out the text, guys. Get ready to party tonight, I exclaimed as I leaped off the couch and finished my beer. The guys all began to cheer, and a round of high fives were exchanged. By now, the sun was setting, as it had been several hours since we had first brought in all my belongings. My friend Dan was unpacking one of the last boxes as he eagerly looked out of the window.
Have you met your neighbors yet? Any fine young ladies gonna be coming around here asking to borrow some sugar?
He asked in a sarcastic tone as he turned to me with a lewd gesture. Smiling and walking over, I replied, "No, not yet, but I don't think I'll have much luck in that department. From the looks of it, it's just a bunch of normal families. One of them even has a kid." As I pointed to the house I had seen earlier, my face scrunched to show a look of confusion and surprise. The boy I had seen swinging earlier was still there. He was still swinging under the ambience of the lit-up tree. Weird. That kid was swinging when we first got here, too, I said to Dan as he looked at his phone. Barely acknowledging my comment, he raised his hand up and mumbled,
Must be a special ed kid or something.
He walked off, calling more people to invite them to the housewarming party. I turned back to the swinging boy. He couldn't have been swinging this whole time, could he? That night, as planned, we had my housewarming party. It was such a great time. I greeted my friends and cousins as they arrived, handing them all the beverage of their choice. We were outside until around 3 or 4 in the morning when the weather suddenly got cool and it began to drizzle. I would have been willing to stick it out until it passed, but the girls all began to freak out, claiming their hair would frizz, and they all ran inside. Naturally, the guys followed, holding makeshift umbrellas over the girls' heads. I laughed to myself at how hard they were trying to get lucky. I took the opportunity to quickly clean up some of the trash that had accumulated before going inside. I scooped up a bunch of cans and bottles before I turned around and was left in awe. I guess we were all distracted by the music and alcohol to notice earlier, but now, with everyone inside, I saw it. The boy was still outside and on his swing. He was still in the same position and outfit I'd seen him in all day, back turned to me, wearing the same hoodie and gloves. I stood there for a minute, lost in thought, when from behind me I heard a loud, "Hiya, neighbor." I jumped and did a quick 180, dropping the trash I'd been carrying. "Oh, sorry about that, bud. Didn't mean to startle ya," laughed an elderly man. He was wearing pajamas and slippers as he held his hand out, waiting for a shake on my end. "Oh, hello, sir," I said as I cleared my throat and shook his hand, collecting my thoughts. He smiled and began to fumble with his hands. "I hate to be that guy, especially since, you just moved in and everything, but you think you guys can turn down the music a bit?" My wife and I are pretty light sleepers, and at this age, we tend to be early risers, he said bashfully. I smiled and laughed as I put my hand to my face in embarrassment. Geez, I'm sorry, sir. I guess things got a little crazier than planned. I didn't think people would stick around this long. I really did feel bad. I half expected the man to come out yelling, demanding us to keep it down lest he call the cops. His gentle demeanor was refreshing, and I was more than happy to oblige. I laughed and replied, I'll go let everyone know that they need to stay inside and take it down a notch. I'm Peter, by the way. I shook his hand. Pleasure to meet you, Peter. I'm Paul, he said with a grin. As he smiled, his eyes drifted past mine and towards the swinging boy. I assume you've noticed the Langers kid by now, huh? Asked Paul as he cupped his hands and breathed into them to try to keep warm. Yeah, I said as I turned to face him. What's the deal with him? He's been on that thing all day. Paul shrugged. Not sure. No one really knows the story. He just swings and swings until eventually. Paul stopped and his eyes widened. Wait, it's happening. Check it out. I turned around to find the boy had stopped swinging. He sat completely still for a moment before slowly rising from the rubber seat of the swing. He began to shake violently, falling to his knees and scraping the dirt below him. Even from where we were standing, we were able to hear his quick bursts of shrieking and gurgling. I became concerned. Was the boy okay? It looked like he was having an asthma attack or a seizure. I started to run to the boy in order to help, but stopped after a couple of steps. His mother had run out. I looked at her, completely sober now from the adrenaline that was pumping through my body. It was not a pleasant sight. She was a frail, haggard woman with a gray, knotted mane of hair on her head. Her skin was pale and her eyes had dark bags underneath. It looked as if she hadn't slept or had a proper meal for ages. Mrs. Langer rushed out quick, holding a small, orange bottle, the kind one would receive from a pharmacist. After she reached her boy, she knelt down and poured several white pills into her hand. Before she could even finish offering the pills to her son, he had grabbed her arm and buried his face into the palm of her hand, inhaling the pills. Mrs. Langer pulled away and began to rub her wrist. It appeared the boy had hurt her, which did not really surprise me due to how skinny the woman was. Paul and I watched intensely without uttering a single word. After a moment or two, the boy simply rose back to his feet, sat back down on his swing, and resumed his leisurely activity. Mrs. Langer grabbed the now empty orange bottle and proceeded back inside, still clutching her wrist. Paul and I were both shaken up. We had no idea what we had just seen. Wow, I've seen the boy spaz out before, but never that bad. I bet whatever condition he has is getting more severe. Poor kid, Paul said as he rubbed the back of his head. What? What exactly is wrong with him? I asked, with my eyes still glued to the child. Like I said, I don't know. No one around here does, Paul replied, turning around and walking back to his door. Anyway, my wife is probably getting worried. You have a good night, Peter. Yeah, I sighed, arranging my thoughts. Nice meeting you, Paul. We both exchanged a final wave and returned to our respective households. The party was dying down when I entered, and I was glad. What I had just seen took a lot out of me. The next morning, I felt like shit. The copious waves of alcohol I had carelessly consumed the night prior had finally caught up to me. My head throbbed and I was severely parched. I stood up and the arid sensation in my mouth and throat was quickly replaced by feelings of nausea. I scrambled to the bathroom and dropped to my knees, clutching the porcelain for dear life. At least I have the day off to recover. I thought to myself. I grabbed the sports drink I had strategically placed in the bathroom the day before in anticipation for my hangover and chugged it down in only a few gulps. I was no stranger to this feeling, and I knew what to expect. Within a couple of minutes, I began to vomit and immediately felt better, though not enough to have a very productive day. I mentally prepared myself for a day of movies, video games, and junk food. After a couple of hours of lying in my borderline vegetative state, I heard the mailman make his stop at my door. In no mood to get off the couch, I ignored it and continued binge-watching the zombie show everybody was raving about. It was probably not the best idea to be observing such grotesque gore while it felt as if a war was being waged in my stomach. I sucked it up and continued to watch. Several episodes later, I made my way to the kitchen and popped in a giant TV dinner into the microwave. While it cooked, I decided I would bring in the mail from earlier. I unlocked the front door and let in some much-needed fresh air. I stood at the door and scooped up the contents of my mailbox, sifting through the junk mail and the bills when I saw I'd received a package. Without scanning the box for more details, I brought the small box inside and cut off the tape. I opened it only to find a small orange bottle, like the one I'd seen my neighbor holding last night. I was puzzled and searched for the mailing label on the box. The mailman had delivered it to the wrong house. Annoyed, I let out a big sigh. I was not in the mood to get dressed and leave the house for anything, let alone awkwardly meet new neighbors in order to tell them I have the pills for their weirdo son. I looked out of my back window and saw the boy was swinging away as usual. I heard my microwave go off, indicating my food was ready. With one last glance at the child, I told myself the pills can wait, as the boy had scarfed down several the night before. I tossed the bottle of pills aside and made my way to the kitchen. After eating, I felt fatigued, which caused me to fall asleep on the couch. I woke up from my sleep to the sound of commotion outside my home. The repetitive beeping of a large vehicle in reverse echoed through my brain. Nightfall had arrived, and my house was engulfed in almost absolute darkness. The only light I could see was a dull gray from my now idle television, and the swirl of red and blue illuminating through my windows. The scene that I awoke to was almost surreal, and I thought for a moment that I was dreaming. I got on my feet and I looked through my front window. A crowd had gathered on my front lawn. They were facing the ambulance that was parked in the driveway of the Langer house. I threw on a light coat to hide my stained, most likely rancid-smelling shirt I had been stewing in all day. In the crowd, Paul stood amongst several other people who I presumed to be residents of the neighborhood. "Hey, Paul," I blurted as I cleared the phlegm from my throat. "What the hell is going on?" With his eyes still glued to the scene that unfolded next door, he replied, "Well, we're not exactly sure. We think something may have happened to someone in the house. Mr. Langer is speaking with one of the paramedics and he looks panicked." I saw the man Paul was referring to. Like his wife, Mr. Langer also looked as if his body was depleted and barren. He wore a loose tank top that showed just how skinny he was. His ribs poked through the pale, tight skin on his torso. He was pacing around frantically, covering his eyes and mumbling something to himself. I was still gazing at the distraught man when the soft murmuring of the crowd around me erupted into a frenzy of screams and cries. I turned to the door of the Langer house, and dread began to fill my body. 2 policemen exited the house, followed by a paramedic who wheeled out a gurney. Atop of the gurney was the bloodied body of the seemingly lifeless Mrs. Langer. From where we were standing, we were able to see the pale, bruised wrist of the poor woman hanging from the side, blood running down and dripping from her fingertips. It began to twitch and her head bobbed around as the paramedic pressed an oxygen mask to her face and hoisted the gurney into the back of the ambulance. I turned to Paul, who was standing on the tip of his feet in order to see over the crowd. One of the policemen made his way over to our now frantic group of screaming men and women, ordering us to disperse and return to our homes. Everyone began to bombard the officer with questions, asking what happened and if they were safe.
You have nothing to worry about, people. It appears a group of coyotes attacked Mrs. Langer in her backyard. We've since located and neutralized the animals,
remarked the officer, avoiding eye contact with anyone before him. It was clear he was lying through his teeth. I raised my hand and shouted above the crowd, "And what about the boy? Was he hurt?" The officer shot me a look of irritation and cleared his throat as he hesitantly announced,
He was not anywhere near the scene of the attack. We assume he got scared and ran away for safety, and we're in the process of looking for the child. If anyone sees him, please call 911 immediately.
With that, the officer turned his back to the less than satisfied crowd and almost ran back to his cruiser. I turned to Paul, who bared a look of dismay. He turned and shot an apathetic smile before patting me on the back and making his way inside. I stood there for a moment after the crowd slowly disbanded. Was this my fault? Did it have something to do with the pills? I quickly disregarded the paranoid thoughts that plagued my mind and walked back to my home. I slid through the front door that I had carelessly left ajar and shut it behind me as I slid down and cupped my hands around my head. There was a legion of emotions coursing through me as I pondered my next move. I knew I had to get the pills out of my house. Though the chances were slim, I did not want any blame being directed at me for not returning the pills sooner. Hell, I knew I had committed at least one federal crime when I unknowingly opened somebody else's mail. I decided I would anonymously place the box of pills in the Langer's mailbox and dash back inside. I grabbed the pills from my couch and glanced out of the back window. The Christmas lights in the oak tree were as bright as ever, illuminating the grisly crime scene that lay just below. Blood and ripped clothing veiled the ground. That's when I saw them. The boy's gloves and hoodie were lying amongst the carnage. My heart sank. I was sure the boy was dead, or at the very least, critically injured. Tears began to fill my eyes as I banged my fists on the windowsill. The sudden burst of sound emanated throughout my home. I hadn't made a peep since I entered. The sudden contrast in sound made the shameful silence that followed even more noticeable. In the midst of the grim silence, I heard it. The low, spine-tingling gurgle that flowed from my bedroom. I froze. Barely breathing, I listened keenly for another sound. To my dismay, I heard it again. Another disgusting gurgle, now louder and fiercer, almost like a growl. The lights in my home were still all off, aside from the weak aura that radiated from the idle television. I was frozen still. My body rebelled against my mind's desire to move. Instinct began to kick in as my eyes adjusted to the darkness and fight or flight became a quick reality. I did not know what was in my house. All I knew was I was definitely going to choose flight. I pulled out my phone and fumbled for the flashlight app as I took a step towards my back door. My eyes were glued to the short hallway that connected the main area of the house to my bedroom. That's when I saw it. A small creature began to crawl from the hallway. I could barely make out any of its features. It looked human, but on all fours. The way it moved was eerie and awkward. The appendages moved sloppily and its head was to the ground. I heard the same terrifying gurgle from the creature and realized it was sniffing the floor. And what happened next still fills me with dread when I look back. The flashlight app I had opened had finished loading up and powered on through the phone. The bright light pierced the darkness and lit up the monstrous figure. I felt sick. Do you ever get the feeling in the middle of a nightmare where you start to suspect you aren't in reality and you're begging yourself to wake up? That desperate feeling of despair coursed through every fiber of my being. In front of me stood the Langer boy. Without all the layers of clothing he usually wore, I was able to see him for what he really was. This was not a normal child. His skin was tattered and worn out. Wrinkles and scars embellished his body. He slowly raised his head to the source of the light. Our eyes met. His eyes were the worst part. However intense the darkness around his mother's eyes were, they could not compete with the boy's. The black around his peepers only worked to showcase his dilated pupils and the unnatural color of the irises. I might as well have been made of stone. All my ability to move had completely ceased. I could only stand there and watch the situation unfold before me. The boy slowly turned his body in my direction and began to take steps closer and closer. He left bloody prints where his hands met with the wood grain of my floor. It was not long until he was less than a foot from me. For what seemed like an eternity, he did not move. Neither of us did. My mind was warped in panic, and I thought I would pass out. Before I had the chance, the boy rose from his animal-like posture. He was now standing on his feet, arms dangling to his sides. His eyes peered into mine. I stared back, still paralyzed with fear. He began to sluggishly turn his focus from my eyes to my hand, the one that still clutched a bottle of the pills. As soon as he realized what I held, he broke the silence and let out a demonic shriek like that of a banshee. Only his mouth moved as his jaw dropped. This awoke me from my trance and I fell down, still facing the boy. He crouched so that his face met mine. His mouth was still agape, exposing his sharp, mangled teeth. The tiny razor still contained small shreds of what I assumed to be his mother's flesh. He stretched his arm toward me and unraveled his blood-stained hand. Instantly, I knew what he was after. You... My voice trembled. You want your pills, right? He continued to stare at me, unwavered by my question. I lifted up my hand and began to open the small orange bottle. With shaking hands, I poured several pills into the palm of the child. I waited for a minute. I did not know time could move so slowly. I just wanted him to leave. Eventually, the boy's mouth shut and curled into a faint smile. He turned and made his way to the back door. He shot one final glance over to me as he tilted his head back and consumed all the pills I had given him. With an audible gulp, he pushed open the door and wandered back to his sanctuary. I watched as the boy took a seat on his swing and began to sway forward and backward like nothing out of the ordinary had happened. I managed to shut my back door before collapsing to the ground. It's been a week since that night, and I've returned the pills as planned. Mrs. Langer is still in critical condition, and now her husband has taken over, feeding the mysterious pills to his son whenever he needs them. I was never questioned by anyone about what transpired that night. I did not report the incident. I plan to move out soon. Maybe to an apartment in the city where there are no yards or playsets. The nightmares and fear from that night have run rampant in my mind. My backyard is still a mess from the party. I have not dared to go back there in order to clean things up. This is due to the fact that, since that fearful night, the boy makes sure to swing, facing my home. Whenever I even glance out of the window, I see his haunting eyes peering into mine as he smiles that horrid smile. The last I saw of the boy was his father coming out to give him another dose of the medication. Mr. Langer was down to his last bottle. That was 3 long nights ago. I'm looking out of the window now to see what I expected to see. An empty swing.
Guardian Angel. Narrated by Jonathan Jones. I am always with you. I was there from the time you were born. I stood in the delivery room, staring down at you before you could even open your eyes to see me. Your parents, relatives, and doctors couldn't see me there, in the corner, watching you with cloudy eyes. But I was there from the time you were born. And I followed you home. I was with you always, your constant companion. You played with your toys alone while I stared from all angles in nearby mirrors. My matted, clotted hair with oily sweat that hung off my dented forehead like glue. I was always your constant companion, drifting behind your mother's car on your ride to preschool. You were alone in the bathroom, but I was on the other side of the door, wind whistling through the bruised hole on my throat, my arms twisted and hanging in their sockets as I stood hunched on the other side of the shower curtain. I wait, and I follow you. I follow and drift behind you. I'm not seen. I'm almost not there in light. You never saw me that morning as I sat across from you at the breakfast table, a shining red clot hanging from an empty tooth socket as I gaped grotesquely at you. I wonder sometimes if you know I'm there. I think you are aware, but you'll never understand just how close I am. I spend hours of your day doing nothing more than breathing in your ear. Breathing. Gagging, really. I crave to be close to you always. To wrap my crippled arms around your neck. I lie near you every single night, underneath your bed, cloudy eyes staring at your ceiling, at your sleeping face in the dark. Yes, you caught me staring occasionally. Your parents came running down to your room one night when you screamed. You were just beginning to talk, so you were only able to cry out, "Man! A man in my room!" You thought you'd never forget the sight of me, with my collapsed jaw hanging to my chest, swinging back and forth. I sank back into your closet and your mother was unable to see me, though you pointed and pointed and pointed. You thought you'd never forget when they left that same night. You saw the closet door crack so softly and laid frozen in place, watching me crawling across the floor to your bed on all fours, shambling and jerking movements as I pushed myself under your bed on disjointed limbs. You learned a new word from me, boogeyman. But I am not quite the monster you thought I was. I'm just waiting and following you always, touching your face with my knotted fingers as you sleep. You'll see me again soon. Any day now I'm coming, blunt and brutal. One day you'll walk across the road and I believe I plowed into you with a loud roar and a screech. You'll roll on the pavement, under the wheels, blunt force, metal fenders, and my fingers touching your face again and again. As you stare up from the cold pavement with cloudy eyes, your matted, clotted hair will hang in your face, your jaw unhinged and swinging to your chest. You'll see me approaching. No one else will see me. You will stare past them into my eyes, and I'll leer down at you. For the first time in our life, something like a smile will come over my face. You'll swear you're looking into a mirror as a froth of red bubbles flows from our mouths. I lean down, past the doctors and the ogling people, and pick you up in my crooked arms. Our faces will touch. My wings will unfurl. And then you'll have to follow me. I am always with you. I am your guardian angel.
Exchange. Written by N.R. Knight. Narrated by Peter Bishop. Late one night, about 10 months ago, I found myself rushing my daughter to the hospital. I remember the morning, what time I woke up, the food I ate, and the sound of my girl's voice yelling, "See ya, Daddy," as she ran out the door to catch a school bus. Everything was normal, average, but were there signs? Could I have expected to bring her home from school at 12 that afternoon? Could I have guessed the cause to be chest pains, or predicted that those pains would return again 11 hours later, causing her to cry out in pain and fear? Could I have been better prepared for the race to the ER that ensued just before her heart gave out? I don't know. I remember that night, the heavy rain pounding against my car, creating a slick sheen on the streets that made driving over 40 impossible. The images of street lamps and traffic lights bleeding into one another on my windshield. I remember the franticness I felt as I gripped the steering wheel, swerving and slamming on the horn to warn the blurry shapes of pedestrians to get off the fucking road before they ended up getting personal with the front of my car. I remember her wide eyes as she held her chest in agony, the suffocating sense of hopelessness that filled the air around her by the time we reached the parking lot where she fell unconscious, her motionless chest by the time I carried her through those automatic doors. What followed was a long 40 minutes in the waiting room. The emergency room was surprisingly empty for a Friday night, apart from the woman at the check-in desk. her face a mask of indifference. I doubted she had much interest in discussing why I was there, soaking wet and tapping my foot in my pajamas. Looking back, that indifference seems vaguely irritating. At the time, it was fine by me. I wasn't feeling talkative anyway. I sat in an uncomfortable waiting room chair and thought about my daughter. I wondered what those doctors were doing to her in that disgusting hospital room. My mind jumped back and forth between the present and the last time I had seen something like this. My wife had had a similar episode 8 years before. Shallow breathing, chest pains, sweating, moaning, a look of panic. I'll never forget that look. The look of someone whose time had come. For her, it had. From a combination of heart and lung failure. She died, officially, in the emergency room. Though by the time the ambulance arrived, there wasn't anything the doctors could have done to save her. Considering that, I thought, maybe it wasn't so irrational that I'd chosen to drive recklessly through the streets to the hospital myself, as opposed to calling 911 and waiting for my daughter to die. Still, the ride was rough. I probably did even more damage. I braced myself for the worst. The news, when it came, fell somewhere in the middle of the spectrum. Not bad. Certainly not good. She's unconscious, but her breathing's stable, the doctor started. Relieved, I interrupted and thanked him for telling me she was all right. At least that's what I thought he was saying before I sensed his grim disposition and cut myself off. He repeated she wasn't dead, but went on to report that she was far from healthy. At the time, the doctors could only guess at what was causing her symptoms. But within a few days, we learned my daughter was functioning with diseased heart and lungs. Likely hereditary, they said. Something inside me couldn't help but agree. Her heart was already struggling to pump blood, while her lungs made breathing difficult. Directly and quite coolly, the doctors told me if something wasn't done, and soon, the consequences would be dire. This wasn't a situation that could be remedied by a prescription. If she expected to live and regain her health, she would need a donor. For one heart and at least one lung, they said. So she was put on an organ donor list. We were asked to return weekly to make sure she remained stable until her number came up. Simple. But there was one thing I neglected to acknowledge initially. Something never mentioned by the doctors. Probably to keep our hopes up, as stress would make things complicated. Her blood. I was the one that had to ask. I needed to know what the chances were of finding a suitable donor. I never found out for a fact whether or not the doctors knew her chances from the start. Whether they knew all along how rare her blood was. I never wanted to know. Ignorance is bliss, as they say, and the idea that if we hung in just long enough, the organs would come like a postal package would have made the waiting more bearable. It would have been so. I wouldn't have inquired. I would have blamed time, until the letters suggested I ask. It was around 3 weeks after that first harrowing night in the hospital that my daughter was deemed healthy enough to go back to school. Out of caution, I stayed home from work that day, waiting tensely by the phone in case something happened. At least that way, I figured, I wouldn't be on the other side of town if I needed to pick her up. It was 1 hour before she was due to return home, 2 hours after the mailman should have made his daily rounds. I must have been dozing off at the time, because I awoke to a strong whiff of something dreadful. It came and went so quickly, I was unsure whether I had only imagined it, but for a second, my nose was filled with a pungent aroma that smelled something like burning fish and wet smoke. Next, I heard the unfamiliar scraping sound of something sliding through my mail slot, despite the fact that no one, not even the mailman, ever used the thing. While I found it strange, I didn't feel like checking right away to see who could have delivered the letter. 5 minutes I lay there before deciding to get my mail. Once at my door, I saw the envelope on the mat. I picked it up and examined it, completely blank. There was no return address, no sending address, not even a stamp. It was just a sealed, blank envelope. I went to my window to peer outside. I didn't see anyone in the yard. No foreign cars were in my driveway or parked along the sidewalk either. I shrugged, figuring I must have missed them. Envelope in hand, I sat back onto my couch and stared at it momentarily. As I held it, I swear my fingertips started tingling, as though the envelope were made of little insect legs trying to wriggle out of my grasp. I absently passed the sensation off as nerves before finally opening the letter. I'm not quite sure that I should have. The tingling sensation left after the seal was broken. I took out the letter inside. Its texture was oddly damp. I remember the message well. It said, "You have a daughter that needs a heart and lungs or she will die. You won't find anything. Her blood is rare. Ask about the blood. You can still save her. The clock is ticking. You can exchange a child close to her age for her life. You must have them alive. 267. It was when I read those 5 lines, I started to hear clicking, as though someone were lightly rapping their fingernail on the back of my skull at irregular intervals. Since the message was so subtle, so ambiguous though, my immediate questions overshadowed any other thoughts or feelings. What was this? A threat? A joke? Who knew about my daughter's condition? She barely did. I mentally ran through a list of names of the few friends and family members with whom my daughter and I associated. None had the closeness, the timing, or the motivation to pull this off. My first instinct was to go to the police with the letter after my own mental investigation yielded no results. Unfortunately, when I did, the police investigation came up likewise short. In fact, without a return address or even a trace of fingerprints, other than my own, there was not much investigation to be done. Furthermore, without any act of physical violence or a direct threat, the authorities would not or could not do much to help. They just told me to remain cautious, keep my house secure, put the letter out of my mind, and go back to work. Try not to think about it, they said. Crazy folk will do this sort of thing from time to time. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about the message about the blood. That letter I received wasn't the last. For the next few months, every 1 to 2 weeks, I received another message. Each one was more disturbing than the last. Some were short poems detailing how I would stare at her tombstone, wondering what I could have done. Others were more graphic, describing her choking on her own fluids as her faulty heart drooled blood into her flawed lungs. Each one had a different number at the bottom. Their meaning would eventually become clear, but at the time, I was simply unable to make the connection. The worst part of the whole ordeal had to be the clicking. With every word from those letters, the clicks became louder and louder. When I neglected to read a new one, the clicks would spike in volume and frequency until I did, giving me terrible headaches from which no painkillers or earplugs could save me. I heard clicks when people talked, at work, on the radio. I couldn't even enjoy dinner with my daughter anymore. I recall screaming at her once to shut her damn mouth before storming out of the kitchen. Even in my dreams, the clicks served as a metronome, a never-ending soundtrack as my mind, against my will, acted out the message's stories or predictions. No one but me could hear them. I tried chalking it up to stress of the letters reminding me that my daughter's chances of survival were in the single digits. Still, even that excuse couldn't prepare me for my eventual mental collapse. One of the messages came shortly before the end of my daughter's school year. I found her home a half hour earlier than me, reading one of the letters. I snatched it away from her, scolding her for checking mail that wasn't hers. Truthfully, though, I didn't want her to see the messages often describing my or her own demise. But instead of expressing the same fear and disgust I felt when I first read them, she simply gave me a puzzled look. Then she spoke, saying something along the lines of, "Dad, it's just a bunch of scribbles. Relax." It was then I actually read the letter. I mean, really read the letter. Not with my own inner monologue, not with the clicks. Just scanning the markings on the page with my eyes. What I saw was nothing more than a series of smeared lines and curves. After the first letter, I hadn't thrown away the messages I received. I had thought I would collect them as evidence to eventually show the police again to better convey that this was undeniably a long-term problem. But with the knowledge that the mess that was this most recent letter had at first appeared so like the others, I was compelled to go back and check through my archives of the disturbing mail I had now been receiving for months. I saw that, starting from the second letter onwards, the letters appeared to gradually become more unclear, finally reaching the altogether unintelligible state of the letter I was given today. Still, I understood them all when I listened to the clicks. Were the clicks translating this unreadable chicken scratch? I couldn't go back into work thinking about that. Another week passed. I took about 2 weeks of sick leave from my job. I spent them waiting by the door for the next letter. I didn't know when it would come, but I knew I had to catch the sender. The letters, the clicks, the translation. I needed answers. It became an obsession. Each day became a blur of me staring at the door, waiting for someone besides my daughter to walk up to it. Occasionally, I daydreamed about catching this elusive letter carrier, pinning them down, bringing my fist down on their snot-nosed face again and again, screaming why and how until they gave me an answer I liked. The clicks approved of these violent fantasies. I scared the mailman off on the third day, screaming at him that I knew it was him. I knew it wasn't, though. He never came to my doorstep, and he had no means or motive to make this happen. I don't know why I did it. The clicks approved of the blame. The day came eventually. I detected that memorable scent of fishy, wet smoke. I wasn't expecting it, but I didn't have 5 minutes for another mental check. I leapt for the door before they could even get the chance to think of slipping another letter through. I was sure I had them. I swung the door open to reveal my empty porch. I smiled. I let out a small chuckle before giving a hyena-like laugh. I leaned against the frame of the door, clutching my stomach, laughing. I slid to the ground. So I was crazy. It explained so much. That damp, fishy smoke I smelled was all in my head. Those clicks reverberating in my skull was because I'd snapped. I knew it. I did. I called out to imaginary men in white, telling them to stick me in a straitjacket right then and there because I had lost my mind. That's what I thought when I got up and walked back into my house. When I closed the door, I heard the slot and felt a piece of paper ricochet off my leg. I didn't feel that, I tried to convince myself. I'm crazy. I'm mad. The smell vanished. My smile didn't. Chills ran up my spine. I picked up the letter and took it back to the couch. I didn't bother looking out the window or opening the door again. I knew no one would be there. I read the contents of the letter, or rather, I listened to the clicks whisper them into my ear. It was one line. Your girl will talk with death today. 12. At 2:30, I got a call from the school saying my daughter had just been rushed to the hospital. At 4 o'clock, I overheard that if she didn't get her organs soon, she would suffer a violent death. I even heard them refer to euthanasia as an option. I left the hospital around 5:45. The clicks told me to drop by the rental place before they closed, so I did. Around 8 or 9, I found myself at the bottom of a few bottles at the local pub. I can't say for sure what the exact time was. When you're drunk and numb, numbers tend to run together. But somehow, even in my drunken stupor, the meaning of those numbers at the bottom of the letters hit me. How they were counting down to my daughter's final day, the day the predictions of the letters would come true. When I came home late, the clicks were suddenly soothing. They lulled me to sleep that night. No nightmares, no visions. All they did was click to me in black unconsciousness, repeating the first letter's contents with a smooth rhythm. I had my instructions. I awoke the next morning. I felt good. The clicks told me that everything would go well today, that my daughter would soon be okay, because I knew exactly what to do. So after a wash and a brief breakfast, I headed out to pick up the van from the rental place. For the next few hours I drove. The clicks were quiet for the first time in a while. They were respecting my hunt. Around midday, I found my prey. In a quiet, unfamiliar neighborhood, I spied a kid, somewhere around my daughter's age. He had some frizzy hair, wore crooked glasses, and carried a large book bag. I didn't know what he was doing out or where he was going. I didn't care. This kid was perfect. I'm not a religious man, but that moment I was sure he was a godsend. This kid was here for me, for my daughter. I just had to get him. I pulled up beside him. "Hey there," I said in my friendliest voice. "Heavy bag you've got there. Need a lift?" Before I could finish my sentence, the fucker bolted. Looking back, could I blame him? No. But then, suddenly, I was consumed with rage at him for running like that. He was teasing me. I shook as the clicks roared like a marching band. "Get him! Get him! Get him!" My muscles reacted before my brain could object as I launched the van forward. The clicks approved of my quick decision. There was no scream. Not one I heard, anyway. It was the thud that brought bitter sanity back, and the clicks lowered to the point of being inaudible. It was like waking from a dream. What was I doing? I looked through the windshield onto the street to see something lying in front of the van. My heart stopped. I got out to get a better look. The kid's arms and legs were crooked and bent at fantastic angles as he lay sprawled flat on the asphalt. His book bag was busted open, its contents strewn around the scene. His glasses and his left sneaker had been knocked off somewhere. I couldn't tell where the blood was pooling from. From his head, from his mouth, from the limbs bent too far in the wrong directions. I covered my mouth. What had I done? Why? After slamming my palm against my forehead several times, I wondered if he might still be alive. Yes, he was still breathing anyway. The clicks reminded me that was all I needed. A kid that was alive. I looked around. We were still alone, too. I had no excuse. I scooped him up in my arms, ignoring his warm bodily fluids dripping onto my arms. I opened the van's back door and laid him inside. I left before anyone could see us. It didn't take me long to realize that I had no idea where to go. The clicks had made no mention of where I should deliver the bleeding felony lying in the back seat. After 10 minutes of cleaning the hood of the van of the kid's blood with my shirt and 30 minutes of aimless driving, I finally gained the nerve to head back home. Where else was I supposed to go? Without further instructions, home was my best bet. Sure enough, leaning against my door was another blank envelope. I brought the envelope back to the van and opened it. This time, the scribbles were more like an ink blot from a Rorschach test, as if the messenger were mocking my madness. Translated by the clicks, though, it was a simple address. I took out my phone and entered it into the GPS. I can't say what happened afterwards. All I know is that for the next few hours I drove from location to location. I don't remember any of the places I went or what I did in between. All I remember is my ultimate destination. The next thing I recall is driving along a long strip of empty road with no signs or hydro poles in sight. In the passenger seat was a stack of ink blots. I looked at my phone. It was dead. I then looked back to see that the kid I abducted wasn't. It looked like I had bandaged him at some point to stop the bleeding. He was quiet, so he must have still been unconscious. Or maybe I knocked him out again. I don't know. After looking at him and then at the road, I finally started to feel guilty. Not just for running over an innocent kid, but for what I was doing to him now, where I was taking him. I figured I would eventually come across some lone house in the middle of nowhere. Stories of mentally disturbed pedophiles keeping children in their basements for years to be tortured, raped, or worse rushed into my mind. I wondered. I love my daughter, I thought. I love her so much. But was her life, one that would end in less than 2 weeks, worth the lifelong suffering of this one random kid? What would she say if she knew where I was now? The rational part of my brain finally broke through. I had to turn around, get this kid some medical attention. Forget the letters, forget the clicks, forget the smell, forget all the predictions. I had to accept that my daughter would soon die, just as my wife had. If only I'd come to that conclusion an hour earlier. Impossibly fast, the road in front of me opened up. In seconds, it wasn't a road anymore, but more like an unmarked parking lot, infinitely expanding in every direction. It was so smooth, I would have believed it was only paved that day. When I looked back, the road I had been driving on was gone. Behind me was nothing but the infinite plain of asphalt. Rationality was replaced by fear as the van began to slow down. Eventually it stopped and shut off. I tried the key in the ignition. Nothing happened. There wasn't even a cough of the engine trying to start up. I felt my chest tighten. I was now in the middle of a surreal nowhere, sitting in a dead van with a dead phone and a nearly dead kid. A light fog rolled onto the asphalt plain, and I began to smell that damp smoke again, stronger than ever. I coughed. I opened the door and fell out of the van, somehow thinking the air would be fresher outside. It wasn't. I lay on the ground coughing for a few minutes before my lungs suddenly adjusted. Once I finally stopped coughing, I felt a ray of something warm on me. When I got up, far in front of me was a figure, holding a lantern in the fog. I couldn't make out any details of its features. It was then that I heard the clicks from its direction. Walk, I translated. The lantern began fading into the fog. I scrambled up desperately and ran for it. Eventually, however, after slowing down several times from exhaustion, I understood that as long as I kept moving toward it, the light would not fade. Every few seconds, a light breeze assaulted me with that smell. I knew wind came and went, but never so shortly like this. Either way, I was certain I was heading to the source of the smell. When I looked down, I saw the ground had become more and more gnarled and rocky, and it continued to do so the further I went. Then there were the clothes. The first article I noticed was a dirty sneaker that seemed like it had been there for years. It had rotted on the outside and lay there, lonely. As I went further, more abandoned sneakers began showing up. Next came shirts, then pants, then other articles of clothing littered the area. Every time that breeze came through, they would drift back slightly. Then I saw where the clothes were coming from. Eventually, I came across a second figure. This one looked human, a girl. I called out to her, but got no response. I saw that she had a pickaxe and was swinging it mechanically into the asphalt. Her clothes were worn. Her pants were filled with holes like she'd been shot several times in the thighs. She was also missing a sneaker. When I approached her, she didn't notice me. She stared into the ground with red, bloodshot eyes, as if I wasn't even there. Faint black marks were drawn down the sides of her cheeks as though she had been crying ash. I was most unnerved by her age. She couldn't have been older than 14 or 15. When I tried to touch her, I winced back. Her skin was hot. Not hot like a fever, but hot like a burning stove. Something was wrong with her, I knew, but I couldn't do anything but continue on. The further I went, the more abandoned clothes and kids I saw. Most of them were missing at least one, if not more, articles of clothing. Some were only throwing their tools into the asphalt. Others were actually filling holes created. I glanced into one of the deeper ones being filled to see two kids, naked and just standing. Some of the working ones, it was a medical miracle that they were even still alive. The more I followed the lantern, the more kids I began to notice who were missing things. Not just clothes. They were missing physical parts of themselves. One kid I noticed had pieces of meat scooped out of parts of his legs and abdomen, like ice cream servings. I could see the white of his ribs. Another girl looked to have a clean hole in her body where her heart was supposed to be. A boy looked like his eyes had been taken out, yet still he worked. They all still worked. Then, suddenly, I noticed one kid. He was not working, but running out of pure horror. I saw him in the distance, heading across the asphalt. I watched him, morbidly curious to see what would happen. I knew in the back of my mind he wouldn't get far. They came out of the fog, tall, armless creatures that swooped around him. He didn't have a chance. There must have been 5 or 6. They had heads of pale, beautiful women, but the bodies of trees made of material that resembled satin. This boy didn't appear to be English, as I heard him plead in some foreign language. Even from a distance, I could see the figures smile sweetly, their eyes closed as they listened to his cries. They opened their mouths, but rather than saying anything, it just clicked from their throats. Clicks I couldn't understand. They then bent their long bodies toward the center of the circle they created and put their heads upon their victim. I could hear sloshy wet sounds accompanied by the kids' screams as their heads bobbed up and down inside the circle. This was the exchange I was prepared to make. My daughter's life for the life of that kid I didn't even know. I would condemn him to live the rest of his days and beyond in this world, working until there was nothing left of him. I wondered what happened when there wasn't. I didn't try to run. Why was that, I wonder? Was it because of what I saw? Was it because I remembered the van wouldn't work? Was it because part of me still wanted this horrible exchange? I don't know. Soon, I noticed the fog getting darker with every step. I couldn't see the sky, but something told me the sun was setting. Eventually, there came a point when I no longer heard the sound of the children working. The area was black, save for the lantern which was still guiding me. I was already beginning to feel claustrophobic when I heard moans to either side of me. They echoed like I was in some kind of cave. Even though I still felt the asphalt below my feet, I heard stomach-turning squishes with every step I took. As the distance between the lantern and I closed, I began to see the walls as the cave narrowed. It wasn't made of rock, but rather something organic. In the walls were bodies of skin, stripped of all muscle, bone, and organs. Nothing was left of these figures, and yet somehow I saw their mouths move in agony as they struggled against their moist prison. The air was filled with moaning. "It's eating us." I thought about the breeze, now strong. I wondered if I was actually in a cave at all. The lantern thing clicked, "Stop." 5 feet separated me from the morbid walls. The figure clicked for me to look down. A cooler was there. Inside, wrapped up and kept fresh with dry ice, were 1 heart and 2 fresh lungs. It was just as they promised. Silently, briefly, I wondered to whom they belonged. The clicks promised them to be satisfactory for my daughter, followed by instructions on how to present them to avoid suspicion. I didn't ask any questions. Whether my silence stemmed from a fear for my life or from a sort of indifference now that the deed was done, I don't know. I just nodded in comprehension. "Accept," the thing clicked. "Exchange." Then the lantern went out. I realized my eyes were closed. I opened them to see that I was back in my living room. The lights were out and it was dark outside. I looked down and felt the cooler on my lap. After setting the cooler off to the side, I went upstairs and got all of the letters together. The clicks didn't come back to translate them this time. I took them to the backyard and started a fire in the fire pit. I spent the hours until sunrise slowly tossing each letter and envelope into the fire, one by one. Once everything was done, I had no proof of my encounter with that place. There was likewise no evidence pointing toward me for the disappearance of that kid. My phone and the addresses were gone for good as I left both in the van. The van itself mysteriously returned to the rental lot in immaculate condition. I silently gave the organs I received from a deceased family member to the hospital for my daughter's operation. I had no evidence to prove my story. All I could do was try my best to accept what happened and move on. The surgery was a success. Months passed and my daughter went back to school. I eventually managed to go back to work. I still had nightmares of that place. It was torture knowing that no one would ever find the corpse of the boy for whose death I was responsible. They say that what goes around comes around, that karma's a bitch and always bites back. Whoever said that was right, because karma bit hard yesterday. I came home to find my daughter gone. At my doormat was an envelope. When I picked it up, it didn't tingle. I opened it and found typed, "I'm sorry. I had to. You should understand." My daughter didn't come home that evening. Since then, I've been sitting here, documenting this. When I started recounting my story, I wasn't sure what the account would ultimately be. A confession? No one would believe me. My suicide note? If my daughter was in that place, indefinitely, deathlessly, who would I be to take the easy way out while she suffered like that? I didn't know why or for whom I was compelled to write this down. I still don't know. But now, the smell is back. The clicks are whispering in my ear. They tell me they have her. They tell me I can save her. They promise to help me get her back in perfect condition or better. But only after I make a few more exchanges.
Hunger by William Dalphin. Narrated by Jeff Clement. As a doctor, I'm bound by doctor-patient privilege to not disclose the specifics of what I'm about to tell you. But as a human being, I feel compelled to share. This is, without a doubt, the most horrific story I've ever had the displeasure of being a part of. It was 2009, and my schedule for that day was light. I was just finishing up my lunch when I got a call from a friend and colleague who had his own practice in the same building as me. Sometimes we would send work each other's way when we knew the other could use it. I was a bit elated at the prospect of him calling me because I'd just begun going over my books and stressing a bit.
"Are you busy right now? I'd like to send someone up to you,"
he said. "No, my afternoon is barren. What are the details?"
"It's a walk-in. From the look of it, an eating disorder. Her mother is concerned."
Eating disorder. Those can be unpleasant. I'd actually had a bulimic throw up in my office once when I stepped out momentarily to check my calendar. Still, I needed the work. All right, send her up. I tried to tidy up my desk to make my office look more presentable and professional while I waited. 10 minutes ticked by and no patient showed up, so I stepped out to go looking for her. When I got to the hall, there was a small contingent of people standing around the elevator. They were talking amongst themselves. "What's going on?" I asked.
"The elevator's broke,"
someone said. "Shit. I bet she's on there," I thought. "What floor is it stuck on?"
10th and 11th?
Yeah, that would be about right. My colleague's office was on the 10th, 3 floors down. I knew from experience that it could be anywhere up to an hour before they got the elevator working again. I hoped she wasn't claustrophobic. Returning to my office, I called downstairs.
"What's up?"
My colleague asked after picking up. "She's stuck in the elevator." He laughed.
"Really? Poor thing."
"What's her name?"
"Amelia.
He paused.
Amelia D. something."
"All right, thanks. If you got any impressions on her from your brief visit, maybe you can share them later. Over drinks?"
"Sure,
Don't tell me. I want to form my own opinion first."
Okay."
True to form, an hour and 10 minutes later, I heard a loud cheer from the hallway, indicating the elevator had started working again. I should go make sure she's all right, I thought to myself, and went out to join the throng of people standing around in the hallway. There were a lot more people by then, and I couldn't make my way to the elevator doors or even see them from where I was, but I could hear it when the elevator dinged, indicating it was stopping on our floor, and the rolling mechanical sound of the doors opening. There was a loud gasp from the crowd of people, followed by a lot of jabbering.
Holy shit!
Someone said quite loudly. People started hustling away from the elevator, shoving past me. I struggled against the tide and made my way to where a number of people were standing around, staring into the elevator cab. As I approached, I could smell this stench. It was like stumbling into the apartment of a recluse who hadn't come out or bathed for years. It rolled like a wave out of the elevator and cascaded over everyone in the hallway. A young man in a business suit who looked dressed for an interview was covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. I skirted around him to see into the elevator. The woman in the elevator was not at all what I was expecting. Massively obese, she looked like she weighed somewhere around 500-600 pounds. Her face was so puffed up, her eyes were barely visible, just 2 dark dots above her cheeks. She had frizzed out brown hair that still had curlers in it. The notion that I was smelling a recluse seemed all the more plausible at the sight of her. Her mouth was covered with what looked like greasy barbecue sauce. There was even some sort of gristle at the corners of her lips. There was more of it all over her hands and wiped down the front of her shirt. It looked like she had come straight from an all-you-can-eat rib buffet. Clenched tightly in one of her hands was a big black trash bag that sagged full of something that seemed to slosh around inside it. The smell coming out of it was nauseating. The woman stepped out of the elevator, her eyes and nose running with tears and mucus. I stepped forward while everyone else backed away, horrified. "Amelia?" I asked her. She looked at me through her beady little piggy eyes, her cheeks covered with that vile red gunk and streaking with tears, and opened her mouth. For about 3 seconds, I had the horrible notion that she was going to vomit an entire barbecue on me.
I was hungry,"
she stuttered with a thick southern accent. The young man in the suit heaved involuntarily at the smell of her breath, and then strode away, trying to maintain his demeanor. "That's okay. Do you want to talk about it in my office?" I said, reaching out to help her. Seeing me reach out to her, she clenched her black trash bag tightly and hugged it to her chest. The contents of it made a sickening squish sound. I could taste my own lunch in the back of my throat. "Is that yours?" I asked. "I'm not going to take it." She started sobbing, this horrible, almost hob-like squeal of a sob. Honestly, I didn't want to touch her. I wanted to go back into my office, lock the door, and pretend I was glad my afternoon was completely empty. The smell wafting off her and off that bag of spoils was going to be permeating every crevice of my office for days. I just knew it. Still, this was a human being that had come seeking my help, and I was not about to turn her away. "My office is right down the hall. Why don't you come with me?" I started walking. In my head, I said, if she doesn't come with me, fuck it. She can go back to her apartment that's probably filled with roaches and feces and who knows what other ungodly things, and I'll find someone else to help. But she followed me, lumbering on legs that stretched the limits of the sweatpants she had on. I held the door open for her and she waddled in, kneading the contents of that trash bag in her thick sausage fingers, making it belch and splurch. She stopped and just stood there in the middle of my office.
The elevator got stuck,"
she mumbled. "Yes, I'm sorry about that. I hope you were all right." Thank goodness you brought something to eat, yes? She started crying again, squeezing her trash bag, and I was afraid it was going to explode and leave God knows what all over my office floor. She nodded as her face turned red and tears poured out of seemingly every pore of her head. I went and got her a box of tissues and handed her a couple. She tried to take them while still holding onto the bag with both hands. "Would you like me to hold that?" I offered, praying she'd say no. She shook her head. "What do you have in there?" I finally decided to ask. She huffed and snorted, trying to inhale all the fluid back into her face. Using one of the tissues, she mopped her eyes and mouth, getting blotchy red smears all over the place.
Leftovers?
She stuttered. Then her chest started heaving, and she threw her head back and started bawling again. Her face was like a fountain. She was so utterly miserable, and I really started to feel bad for her. "Look," I said, "getting stuck in that elevator was obviously pretty traumatic." Her wailing hit a crescendo. "So why don't we postpone things until you've calmed down a bit?" She struggled through her sobbing.
You want to meet with me?
Well, yes, but not today. Why don't you go home and try to relax? I don't think you're in the right frame of mind right now to talk. So let's schedule an appointment for later this week. How does that sound? I walked back to my desk and got out one of my cards. Her mouth was quivering and she looked ready to collapse into a pile of screaming phlegm, but she was calming down a bit, just nodding more than anything. And she took my card with the same sticky fingers, holding several drippy tissues.
Thank you,
she said quietly. I couldn't read her face at all. Her features were so red and swollen and wet that she seemed almost blank and expressionless. "Do you want me to escort you down to the lobby?" I asked, "in case something happens with the elevator again? It should be all right, but I don't want you to be nervous." She shook her head.
That doesn't seem like a good idea.
Okay. And with that, she turned around and waddled out of my office, slowly, sobbing slightly every now and then. With her went that sloshy black trash bag, and with them both went that putrid aroma of filth and squalor. I literally breathed a sigh of relief as I heard the door click shut. She never called me back. It was a week later that I finally got around to having drinks with my colleague from downstairs. We were relaxing, having a couple beers, and I suddenly remembered her. "Oh, thanks, by the way," I said.
For what?
"For Amelia."
Who?
"Amelia. Eating disorder. Last week you sent her up to me, remember?"
Oh, right.
He sipped his beer.
The one who got stuck in the elevator. How did that go?
"She was a wreck," I said, sobbing and practically hysterical. I talked her into rescheduling, but she hasn't called me to make an appointment.
Did you talk to her mother?
No, I didn't get any information from her. I gave her my card.
What did you think?
He asked. "Classic food dependency," I said. "Definitely a binge eater." Her face was just all...
No, not the mother, I mean Amelia.
"What?"
What did you think of Amelia?
He said again. "I'm telling you what I thought."
Amelia, the scrawny 12-year-old girl, you think is a binge eater?
What? No, that's not... And then it hit me. Was her mother with her?
Yeah, I sent them both up to you.
They were in the elevator together? He looked at me, and the same dawning realization came over his face. Needless to say, she never rescheduled. Amelia D. something. Nor did her mother, the nameless, obese woman I met that day at the elevator, smelling like death, covered in gore, and carrying her trash bag of sloshing leftovers.
White Noise. Written by Anton Scheller. Narrated by HarshlyCritical. Static. White noise. They say it's good for you. Your brain can tune out all the distracting noises of the world and instead just focus on the one important thing of the moment. I always enjoyed static. The mindless noise that suffocates all others. Most people try to make the world of cars and people disappear behind a veil of music. But for me, white noise was always more efficient. Turn it on, and after the few moments that your mind takes to adjust, everything unimportant fades into the distance. Without the constant disturbances, your head feels light and clear, and your thoughts can flow freely. Music never did that for me. A few times, friends asked me whether it was damaging my hearing to listen to white noise all day. Of course, they were exaggerating. I only had my ears filled with static whenever I was alone or wanted to be and feel alone. Static was my escape from the world. Still, their doubts were justified. My doctor said it was okay as long as I gave my brain a break every few hours. Without a break, the brain might adjust to the background noise. It might get addicted to the background noise. I followed his advice and made sure that I unplugged my headphones at least every few hours. They felt so much like part of my body that I sometimes forgot to pull the cables out of my ears, but usually I did. I think I never silenced the world with white noise for more than 4 or 5 hours at a time. At least, not until my seizure. I'm not actually sure whether it was a seizure. It could have been a miniature stroke or anything else that is strong enough to make an adult human unconscious. They never found what it was, but that's not important. What is important is that I was alone at the time. I was on the bed of my rented one-room apartment with a book in my hand and white noise in my ears. I saw my hands cramp. The book fell. Then everything went black. If not for my brother, I think I might have died. He wanted to visit. He rang the doorbell. He called my phone. Then, after half a day, he called the police. They found me on the bed. My body was lying sideways with my head pushed against the wall. I had a crust of saliva around my mouth and a crust of blood around my ears. My brother said that in the hospital, I woke up screaming. When the blackness faded away, it was replaced first by pain and then by noise. Pain and noise. That has been my life for the last 6 months. Even for my friends, it took a while until they understood that I'm not just rude. They still stare at the headphones when I meet them, but they have adjusted. They know that I can hear them through the noise, and they know that I can't hear them anymore without my headphones. With strangers, it is more difficult. Shopkeepers and waitresses always look as if they want to stab me for my rudeness. Making new friends has become hard. Most think that I am trying to make some odd fashion statement. I gave up on dating. But the social implications are not what bothers me. I never was the person that is upset about an evening alone at home. What bothers me are the noises I hear in the rare moments without white noise to drown them out. My doctor says that those 3 days without a break made my brain get used to the white noise. He says it is like an addiction. My brain is accustomed to hearing a constant level of buzzing background,
and it reacts strongly when the background noise is taken away. Whenever I pull the headphones out of my ears, the first thing I feel is disorientation, as if I am suddenly falling off a cliff. Then the noises start to scream in my ears. Without the white noise, my brain seems to amplify all noises it registers. The doctor says that when I take the white noise away, my brain is trying to find a new level of background noise. He says we all have our natural threshold as to which noises we notice and which we don't. I destroyed that threshold. I don't mean to say that I can hear more than other people. My hearing has not magically improved by being damaged. But now, whenever the white noise is pulled from my ears, my brain does not know anymore what is background and what is not. My ears hear the same things as they always did, but now my brain consciously registers noises that before were swallowed by mental filters. What used to be background noise seems now, without white noise, as loud as a person speaking right into my ear. I hear a roaring sound, fused sound waves of many sources, the natural white noise that we all have learned not to notice. But there are other noises too. They sound clunky and pale, like music amplified through cheap loudspeakers. But still, they are there, and they are real. I can hear car noises that I would have never noticed before. Despite the thick walls, I can hear my neighbor sweeping the floor, or watching TV, or having sex. I can hear cars 3 streets away. I hear my own heartbeat, and the blood pushing through my arms. I got used to those noises. Despite the screaming level, I would be able to live with them. What I can't live with are the voices. First I thought, they're just distant noises like all the others. But no matter where I go, no matter how deep I am in a forest or underwater, or how many layers of noise blockers are meant to keep them out, I can always hear them. Sometimes more, sometimes less. They vary with the environment. They are not just in my head. As said, they are clunky. Sometimes it's hard to even tell whether they are male or female. Still, I can recognize what they say. They speak about things to do. They discuss what should happen next.
The cup should fall. His knee should hit the table. Her spine should ache.
They don't always talk about me, although they do that too. I never noticed how many seemingly random events surround me. How the water drips, or the cup shakes slightly when it is placed back on the table. How the paper falls into the bin or flies past. There are at least 2 of these voices around everybody. There are at least 5 or 6 around every newborn. I think the newborns are not yet fully adjusted to the background noise. Sometimes, when the voices argue too loudly, the newborns wake up. They scream. With 2 or 3 years, children seem to have adjusted. They all don't notice anymore, even when the voices hiss and curse. I always thought it was good and bad luck. The open shoelaces and ripping grocery bags, the random wind that destroys the hairstyle, the tripping. But when I free my ears from the boundaries of the white noise, I now hear that luck is not random. The voices and their owners decide minutes ahead of time who will trip and who will miss the bus and who will not notice the approaching cars. Some of the voices seem to like the people they are attached to. I saw a boy, he was maybe 4 or 5, that walked without attention and still kept his ice cream in one hand and his feet straight on the floor. Minutes before she got out of her chair, I knew the voices would keep a woman's stroller from rolling down the slanted street even as she forgot to apply the brakes. But I also heard the other side. 2 or 3 voices hissing and laughing from their throats while they planned the next mishap. There was a man in a ripped suit. He ran only by me for a moment, but the voices had been there long before. I had heard them discuss that he would trip and fall and break his arm. And I heard another group of voices, 7 or 8, nearly in hysterics. They were ahead of a little girl of maybe 6 or 7 years. Her dress got stuck on a tree branch. Her paper money was blown from her hand. But I didn't worry about her because of the dress or the money. I heard them discuss in which way best to kill her. Whether to drown her or to hurl her in front of a car. While they discussed, the girl tipped her head to the side and waved at me. I must have stared at her. I waved back and she shyly ran after her mother. The voices followed her.
"A fire,"
said one of the voices.
"I like to hear her scream." "A good idea,"
said another.
"We just need to make sure her mother will see."
The rest I didn't hear. At the beginning, when I still thought they were just in my head, the voices that follow me were gentle most of the time. But they get more angry whenever I talk about them, whenever I mention them. I can hear them scream, right now. I can hear them argue that it can't be that I know. I know that they want to break my chair to punish me. Still, I can only hear. I can't see them. I can't touch them. And whatever they want to do, I can't stop them.
It was a few weeks ago that the hay bales started creeping slowly away from the house. Every morning when I woke up, each had moved a few hundred feet from where it was before. I assumed it was pranksters with nothing better to do, so I ignored it. Within a few days, though, the bales began to approach the boundaries of the farm. I was tired of this whole game by then and decided to move them back. It took a tedious hour to bring them all from where they were to over near the house again, and by the time I was done, I was ready to snap the neck of whatever little pissant was deciding to screw with me. The next morning, I found each and every one of my horses messily decapitated. The smell was what woke me up. Each one was slumped over against the side of its stall. There were no signs of the heads. I spent the rest of the day cleaning up the mess and burying the remains. It was only when I was done that I noticed the bales of hay had all returned to their positions from the day before, scattered far out into the fields. This time, I left them where they were. That night, I sat on my porch with my shotgun in hand and a pot of coffee on the table beside me. I sat for hours, straining my eyes, watching the fields to catch a glimpse of who was moving my hay bales. Finally, I was beginning to nod off. I would have, but just as my eyes began to close, I heard a clamor and a rustling of trees from the nearby woods. I leaned forward, my heart racing with excitement. I was going to catch the bastard. I fumbled with my gun and fidgeted in my seat, waiting anxiously for whoever it was to get close enough to ambush. It was only when the thing got close enough for me to make out its silhouette in the dark that I was frozen still. The thing that crept into my fields from the nearby woods didn't seem to notice me sitting there. It stalked, hunched and deliberate through the field with the posture of a tiptoeing thief. If not for the fact that it must have towered over 10 feet tall, even in its crouched position, it might have seemed almost frail. The thinness of its arms and legs and the emaciated, caved-in quality of its chest reminded me of a starving animal. Still, this thing was undeniably strong, and I watched it hoist each bale up into its arms with ease and set it down carefully a while away, taking only a few strides to cover the distance. I watched it work, moving each bale thoughtfully. Every once in a while, it would straighten up to look around at the other bales' positions in the field before adjusting the one it was working on ever so slightly. Before it left, it looked towards the house. I felt its eyes sweep over me in the dark, but whether it saw me or not, I couldn't tell. And then it turned silently and crept back the way it came, disappearing into the dark of the woods. It took me an hour before I had the courage to move at all. I went inside after a while, but didn't sleep that night. It was only when the sun arose that I dared step off my porch into the fields. The hay bales were where it left them. Strangely, it didn't move them as far as it had in the previous days. They were approaching something invisible in the fields, and as I looked at them, I realized that they seemed to be marking some line. Indeed, as I walked around the house, I saw the distinct circle that they formed with me at the center. At first, I thought the bales were just being haphazardly moved away from the house, but now I could see that they were instead being moved toward some boundary. The thing was sending me a message. I slept uneasily that night, and only because I was exhausted. They didn't move at all for the rest of the week, in fact. They were finally where the thing wanted them. I made myself sick trying to interpret them. Why would this thing expend so much energy moving my hay bales and threatening me with such violence should I try to interfere? Killing my horses was just that, a threat, an intelligent threat at that. It knew what would scare me, and it knew that I would understand the implications. The sound of an automobile working its way along the road to my farm one morning gave me a little rush of excitement. I'd been planning to abandon the farm since I saw the thing, but I couldn't hope to leave on foot without risking it treating me like it had treated my horses. But if I could get in the car with whoever was coming my way, I might be able to escape before it could stop me. I don't know or care who it was. I decided that moment they stopped the car, I would jump in the passenger seat and tell them to get the hell out of there. I didn't get the chance. The car worked its way slowly along the road, trundling across the uneven ground. I urged it silently to hurry. It was when it passed between the two bales placed on either side of the road that I began to hear a booming clatter from the woods. The thing burst suddenly between the trees, sprinting on all four of its terrible, gangly limbs toward the car. Within a few seconds it was there, pouncing on the automobile like a predatory cat. Within moments, it was picking and peeling the vehicle's steel frame apart, working to get at the driver. The man, whoever he was, screamed all the while, and I could hear him even over the crunching of metal and the shattering of glass. It was only when the thing crushed him carelessly in its hand that the screaming stopped. It tossed him away and straightened up to look at me once again. In the sunlight, I could see the inhumanity of it. It was composed entirely of something awful and alive which was lashed together in a messy semblance of a human form. Whatever it was made of looked so polished and hard that if it weren't for the minute writhing of the stuff, I'd think it was made of granite. The thing retreated back into the woods, and I was left to my shock. My eyes wandered to where the car sat, the engine still sputtering between the two of the hay bales. Suddenly, I understood. The message was clear. I am this thing's captive, and I am not allowed visitors. Nothing may cross the borders it has set. I'm trapped here by the thing that stalks the fields, and it demands nothing except that I never leave. Still, I don't know if I can handle being that thing's canary. I've been thinking hard for the last few days since I saw it crush that man's chest, silencing him before he could finish his scream. If I crossed the hay bale border, it'd probably do the same. It'd smash my skull before I could put my hands up to protect myself. It'd go and find a new pet and probably keep looking until it found someone who could stand knowing that it was just waiting outside. watching it at all hours with its shiny insect eyes. I've been thinking hard for the last few days, and I might just make a run for it.
Boothworld Industries. Written by Christopher Bloodworth. Narrated by Todd Farrell. Featuring Rebecca Peason. I'm sure that all of you are used to the cry for help type stories by now. Help me, blah, blah, blah. I won't bore you with another. Even if I wanted your help, you couldn't give it to me, because your help is useless. Why? Because you're not a member. I just wish I wasn't either. It all started innocently enough, with a phone call. I'd been up for a few hours, unpacking and cleaning, waiting for the plumber to call. I just moved into a cabin and the contractors fucked everything up. Because of that, I now have the wonderful task of making calls to competent people that can fix what the original contractors did wrong. The phone rang at 12:06. Not bad, I thought. Usually plumbers don't bother to call or show up until 5. When I picked up the phone, I didn't even get a chance to say hello before a woman on the other line told me to
please hold for the next available operator.
I hopped up and sat on the cabinet in the kitchen. It was one of the few places in the cabin not occupied with boxes. Elevator music leaked into my ear. I'd started to drowse off when the music stopped and a piano chord that sounded like it was 3 notes that didn't quite go together played through the receiver twice. A voice came on the line.
Welcome to Boothworld Industries. My name is Samantha, and I will be your operator today. Name?
I didn't know what to say, so I told the operator my name.
Sir, we know who you are. I'm your operator. Please give me a name to access.
I don't understand, I said.
It can be anyone, sir. We just need a name.
Okay, I said. I made up a name. Harold Withers.
Your operator, I must point out that fictitious names or the names of people that you don't know cannot be used.
Used for what? I asked. How had she known that I'd made up that name? The whole thing felt like it was some sort of prank, but hardly anybody knew my new phone number.
Remodeling.
Remodeling? Is this the plumber? I asked.
Welcome to Boothworld Industries. My name is Samantha, and I will be your operator today. Name?
I took that as a yes and gave them the name of an old ex-girlfriend. Jessica Goodwin. I could hear the clicking of a keyboard on the other end of the phone. It sounded like the woman was pounding the thing with her fists. After a few moments of this, she returned.
Jessica Goodwin,
she said.
Remodeling is scheduled for August 21st, 2015. Would you like to reschedule?
I was silent on my side of the phone. I couldn't believe this. Someone had to be playing a prank on me. Who is this? Is this you, Jessica? Are you playing a prank on me? I asked. The woman didn't respond for a long time. I thought that whoever was on the other end of the phone was holding in a laugh. Hello? I asked.
Yes or no, sir?
The woman asked back. Yes, I said, not understanding what the woman was asking.
I have a Tuesday appointment available. Will that work?
At this point, I thought I was going insane and that it actually was the plumbing company. "What about today?" I asked. "Do you have anything available for today?"
Normally, we can't arrange for a reschedule on such short notice, but today we had a cancellation. How does 3 o'clock work for you?
3 o'clock is fine, I said.
3 o'clock it is then. Would you like a courtesy call?
Sure.
Wonderful. We at Boothworld Industries say thanks and welcome to the club. You have a marvelous day.
That strange chord played twice again, and the line went dead. I rolled my eyes and went back to unpacking. My phone rang at 3 o'clock on the dot that afternoon. "Hello?" I said.
Sir, this is Samantha with Boothworld Industries again. Your courtesy call begins now.
"What do you—" I began to say, but was cut off by those diminished chords blaring into my ear. Then I heard Jessica's voice.
Why are you doing this?
Jessica asked. I could hear the tears in her voice. "Jessica?" I asked.
Sir, she cannot hear you. This is a courtesy call. The appointment has already concluded. Please.
Jessica begged.
Please don't do this. I'll do anything you want.
Jessica's voice choked off into a wheeze, and all I could hear on the other end of the phone was the rustling of clothing. More wheezing. Eventually it stopped, and someone picked up on the other end.
"The scheduled work has been completed,"
a man's voice said.
"We at Boothworld Industries say thanks and welcome to the club. You have a marvelous day."
Sir?
The operator came back on the line.
Was that to your satisfaction?
I sat there for a long time, cold sweat dripping down my rib cage. Jessica was my ex because I walked in on her and my best friend fucking at a party in high school. I smiled and whispered, "That was perfect."
Wonderful.
The operator said.
We at Boothworld Industries aim to serve. Would you like to make another appointment?
As I stared at the water leaking from the door of the dishwasher, I smiled even bigger. "Yes," I said. "Yes, I would."
Name?
Dan. I don't have a last name. He's a contractor.
Dan Arancibia, July 13th, 2032. Would you like to reschedule?
"Yes," I said.
How would Wednesday work for you?
"Didn't you say you had a Tuesday appointment available?" I asked.
I did, but unfortunately that slot has been filled by another member. Would Wednesday work for you?
"No," I said. "I have a job interview that day. What about Thursday?"
Unfortunately, Thursday will not work. You are due for remodeling Wednesday night.
"What?" I asked. She repeated the exact same thing to me again.
Unfortunately, Thursday will not work. You are due for remodeling Wednesday night.
"Can we reschedule my remodeling?" I asked.
Of course we can, sir.
The woman said. It sounded like she was smiling on the other end of the phone.
There's always a way.
I waited for her to tell me how. She didn't speak. "How?" I asked.
Boothworld Industries is always looking to add new members. We are, of course, a membership by invitation only club. Sadly, our membership numbers have fallen in recent years. Economic recessions, wars, politics. What we would like you to do in order to avoid your own remodeling appointment is help us add several new members.
The light at the end of the tunnel, I thought. "How many members do you need?" I asked.
1,000.
I choked. 1,000?
Yes, sir. Otherwise, we'll have to keep our scheduled appointment. We must inform you that the member that scheduled this appointment did request a courtesy call.
Everything stopped at that point for me. All my life I'd just skated by, not doing anything, not making a difference. My mouth actually dried up. I'd always thought that was just a thing people wrote in books to be dramatic. It's not. "I'll get you your 1,000 members, I whispered.
We at Boothworld Industries say thanks and welcome to the club. You have a marvelous day.
The connection ended. I hung up the phone and stared at it for a long time. I'm scheduled for remodeling on Wednesday, and somewhere, someone will be getting a courtesy call to listen to my last few breaths if I don't get 1,000 members to join Boothworld Industries. It's funny. I'd always wanted to join an elite club. Skull and Bones, New World Order. I'm not sure how I got in, but now I'm a member. I've got until Wednesday to enjoy it. Like I said at the beginning, even if I wanted your help, you couldn't give it to me, because you're not a member. Membership is by invitation only. I'm inviting you in. You can help me. Just call 630-296-7536.
I'm at your bedroom window. Written by Maya Ellert and narrated by Alicia Pavlis. A warning for my fellow travelers. If you ever have a layover in Philly, overnight, don't spend the night at the Economy Motel. And if you absolutely must, just steer clear of room 103. I was heading south to visit family. Unfortunately, the only flight available included a 7-hour layover in Philadelphia. Not wanting to spend those hours huddled outside the airport, I rented the cheapest motel I could find and took the shuttle at about 11 p.m. The place was just about the shadiest looking motel I had ever seen. But it was a bed, right? I checked in, headed to my room. 103. Exhausted, I immediately collapsed on the bed. A bit lumpy, but not terrible. Not bothering to take my contacts out, I closed my eyes and let my thoughts wander. But I was yanked back to reality by a loud grumbling from my stomach. Right, the airline hadn't fed us. Annoyed, I dug around in my bag for one of those microwavable soup cups. I tossed it into the microwave, and as it rattled away, I noticed there was a piece of paper wedged underneath it. I yanked it out and unfolded it. There were 2 words hastily scribbled on it. Don't look. Whatever. I tossed it aside and retrieved my soup. Feeling lonely, I decided to hop online to see if anyone was on. I was in luck. My long-distance boyfriend just happened to be on Skype. So I called him up. We talked for a while, trying to keep our voices down. Eventually, though, he said something that made me laugh, and I heard a muffled curse come from upstairs. Feeling guilty, I said my goodnights and ended the call. But as I lay in the dark room, I noticed a thin stream of light from where the curtain didn't close completely. Annoyed, I got up to close it, and I was almost at the window when I heard it.
I can see into your bedroom.
The voice sent a chill up my spine. It was very quiet and high-pitched like a child's. And it was so soft, I wasn't even sure I hadn't just imagined it. I I shook my head and reached for the curtain.
I know you can hear me. I'm at your bedroom window and I know you can hear me.
I jumped back as a shadow crossed the stream of light coming into my room. I definitely hadn't imagined it that time. There was a voice directly outside my door. Someone was out there, looking in. I jumped back into bed and pulled the covers right up to my chin.
I'm at your bedroom window. I know you can hear me. I can see in your bedroom. Are you listening to me? I know you can hear me. Come and take a look. I'm at your bedroom window.
The taunting went on and on, rattling into my thoughts and leaving me paralyzed in fear. Suddenly, I heard the tenant upstairs moving around again. Footsteps stomped over to the door above, and I heard muffled shouts saying,
"Hey, shut up down there. This isn't funny. I have work in 4 hours."
I breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back against the pillow, determined to get some sleep.
I'm still out here. Come look out your window.
I sat straight up, heart pounding in my ears. The voice was back. It whispered on and on, repeating its mantra over and over again. I put my hands over my ears and rocked back and forth, trying to block out the sound. But it was no use. The longer I sat there, the louder it got, until I couldn't hear anything else. It sounded like it was right next to me.
Are you listening to me?
Frantic, I picked up the phone and dialed the police. Stammering and stuttering in fright, I managed to give them the information of where I was and what was wrong. I asked them to please help. I was so scared. I didn't care if it was a prank at this point. My mind was reeling in terror. The officers assured me they'd be over shortly to see what the issue was. I thanked them and hung up the phone. But as soon as I did, silence descended over the room. It wasn't just that the voice had stopped. No, utter silence filled the room. The air conditioner stopped. The street noises outside ceased. Even the faint hum of electricity from the TV and lights went away. It pressed on my ears with a tangible heaviness that sent shivers through me. Next to me, the phone rang. The caller ID told me it was the police station, calling me back. Cautiously, I picked it up and answered. "Hello?" I whispered. Growled the voice, and every light went out, plunging the entire room into complete and total darkness. In the dark, I fumbled for my bag. I might not have had a flashlight, but I did have my video camera, which had a weak light on it. Besides, I can't deny I wanted to film this, if only to prove I wasn't going insane. Finding it, I turned it on, casting a dim light over the room. Even with this light, the shadows still consumed the edges of my vision, making me jump at every perceived motion caught in the corner of my eye. Shaking, I forced myself to focus on the camera. Carefully, I stood up from the bed and walked toward where I thought the curtain was. The thin light from the camera only served to give a vague outline of the curtain and door, as though the darkness had swallowed the room and was even now working against the light from my camera. Carefully, I reached out and touched the curtain, pushing it closed all the way. Whatever was out there couldn't look in now. But then, I heard a loud clicking sound next to me, like a latch turning in the door. Panicked, I whipped around to look at the door. Inexplicably, it had opened on its own. The latching sound I had heard, however, was the door getting caught by the extra security lock. I could see nothing through the crack, just more inky blackness outside. I slammed the door shut again, double-checking the locks and latches. Everything was in place. I breathed a sigh of relief, and that's when I heard it. A sort of scuttling sound coming from the back of my room, somewhere in the direction of the bathroom. Cautiously, I moved slowly toward the noise, trying to keep my hands from shaking too badly. I knew whatever footage I got was going to be a mess of wobbly camera, but my videographer skills weren't exactly my top priority at that moment. I approached the source of the noise, but found nothing there, except for another piece of paper wedged partly behind a wall-length mirror next to the closet. I fumbled to open the folded-up scrap, trying not to tear it in my haste. When I finally got it open, there were only 2 words. Turn around. I was not about to do anything of the sort. Trembling, I slowly looked up at the mirror while pointing my camera behind me at the same time. And to my horror, the light from the camera illuminated a faint silhouette of something behind me. All I could make out was a vague form, no taller than the height of the bed, and it was moving toward me. I broke out of my paralysis and dove into the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. Quietly sobbing, I leaned against the door and slowly slid down until I was sitting on the cracked tiles. The door firmly closed and locked behind me. Whatever it was scrabbled a bit at the bottom of the door. Then came the whisper.
Let me in. I'm out here in the dark.
Let me in.
Go away! I screamed. The voice stopped abruptly. I shivered and let out the breath I'd been holding in tightly. I still clung to my camera, unwilling to let go of the one thing that was keeping me tethered to reality. I sat there until the rays of early sunlight began peeking under the door, and I knew it was safe. Carefully, I cracked open the door and peeked around. The coast was clear. In a rush, I grabbed all of my luggage and raced out the door. The hotel manager looked at me kind of oddly, but I wasn't going back in that room. I spent the next hour in the lobby waiting for the shuttle. The flight to my aunt's house was short and uneventful. I spent the entire flight running over what had happened in my mind, over and over. Could it have been a prank? And who could have done that? It didn't matter. It was over. I was out of that insane place and on my way to meet family and friends. I tried to put the whole thing behind me and just enjoy the ride. You see, I've always loved flying. Watching the world fall away behind me is one of the most incredible feelings. The patterns beneath you, the rivers, ponds, winding roads spotted here and there with cottony clouds. This time, however, I just couldn't enjoy the scenery. I was too on edge from the previous night's events. The plane finally landed, and I just about ran to meet my aunt and cousins. Finally, I could start my vacation and get back to a normal state of mind. I hugged my aunt and little cousins so tight, just to be sure they were real. We all laughed and packed up the car with my luggage to head home. I didn't tell them about the motel. That night, my aunt made my favorite, pan-seared salmon, dripping with lemon and butter. Since she lived so close to the beach, it was fresh from that day's catch, and I don't think I've ever had anything so sweet and fresh. Sitting here with my family, I could almost laugh off the events of the night before. Almost. Silence descended upon the house as night fell upon us, bringing with it a thick fog. The little cousins toddled off to bed, yawning and rubbing their eyes. My aunt and I sat quietly in the living room, her reading, and me silently recalling the night before, over and over. Finally, exhausted, I got up and announced that I was heading to bed early. A bit surprised, my aunt wished me good night. and I headed to my room to collapse. Once alone, however, I felt unease creeping around me. The only lamp in the room was the bright overhead, too bright to sleep with, and with the fog as thick as it was, no light came in from outside. As if that weren't unsettling enough, at the foot of my bed was a large window, and there was no curtain, only a Venetian blind. I shivered and turned on my side so I couldn't see the window, and slowly, I fell into a fitful sleep. I woke sometime around 3 a.m. to an odd squeaking noise, like nails running across glass or tile. Confused, I sat up and looked around. Blinking, my eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. Still, I could see nothing that could be making the noise. In fact, it seemed to be coming from somewhere outside. My heart rate quickened as I stood up and approached my bedroom window with apprehension. With shaking fingers, I reached for the pull to open the blinds. I yanked down with one swift tug and the blinds flew open. Nothing. In a rush, I let out the breath I'd been holding in. I had only imagined it. Or had I? As I glanced down, I noticed the long, slightly smudged mark near the bottom of the window, as though some grubby hand or paw had run along the glass, looking for a way in. I dropped the blinds and dashed back to bed and pulled the covers right up over my head, desperate for some sleep. It seemed impossible that I'd ever get back to sleep after that. But eventually, I drifted off, dreaming of strange noises and small, scuttling creatures hiding just at the edge of my vision. I woke up in the late morning, head wreathed in fog from a restless night. My phone was buzzing next to me. Squinting, I glanced at it to see that I had 5 unread messages, all from my aunt. I shook my head, not wanting to bother at this moment, and fell back against my lumpy pillow. Wait. Something was wrong. My eyes flew open and I sat up. No. Even without glasses or contacts, I could tell I wasn't in my room at my aunt's. But no, I couldn't be. I wasn't, no. I was. I was back in the motel room from the night before. I tried to scream, but only a choked cry escaped my lips. I looked back at my phone. Every message from my aunt was a variation on "Where are you?" I ran to the door, threw it open, and dashed to the office. In a panic, I ran in and immediately started begging the manager for help. He looked up, startled, but not at me. At the door I'd just come through. That door again, I thought I'd fix that damn thing, is what he said, without a single glance at me. He walked over and shoved the door closed, giving it an extra push with his shoulder. He hadn't even seen me. Later, I returned to room 103, numb and confused. As I sat on the bed, I heard the voice, one last time.
You're mine now.
It taunted, but I didn't care. I couldn't even muster up enough emotion anymore. I've lost count of the days I've spent here now. I don't think I'm dead, just not quite synced up with the rest of the world. These days, I'm the one leaving the notes, warning travelers not to look out their window. Most of them laugh when they see the scribblings, but I don't worry too much. It's the people that dwell too long on my message. They worry me. They're the ones that listen too closely to the voice in the window. They're the ones that might end up like me someday, There's a young couple staying here right now. I'm sitting outside, waiting for them to quiet down and go to sleep. I'm trying not to think of how life was before I ended up here. I mean, I've tried leaving, but I can't get past the parking lot entrance. The only knowledge I get from the outside world now is from my phone and the occasional news program I watch during what passes for a continental breakfast around here. I think the two inside have fallen asleep. Well, he has at least. I'm not worried about him. His girlfriend or fiance or whatever. I'm concerned for her. She's still up, eyes darting around. I know she saw my note. She's definitely upset. She's a perfect target. Excuse me now. I'm gonna go and huddle in the closet with my hands over my ears, because the voice is going to start again soon.
Come look. I'm at your bedroom window.
Real Hunger Can't Be Fed. Written by H.K. Reyes. Narrated by Andrea Rose. Time to go soon. But before I do, I want to tell you all about my cowboy. The man who took me into the forever night. The man who made me hungry and then left me to starve. Listen close, I want to tell you about the man I love. I grew up a preacher's daughter. Daddy thundered fire and brimstone from the pulpit on Sunday. Repent or be damned, and hillbillies would shout and quiver. At night he pulled down my jammies and sweat over me, whispering the word of God in my ear. He'd take the belt to me after.
Temptation is a sin, child. Only like yours will lead the righteous astray.
Mama was soft and kind, with slate gray eyes and a voice like a sparrow's song. Her makeup was caked thick to hide the purple on her cheekbones. Let's run away, I said. Run as far as we can and be free. She pat my head and dried my tears and told me, ain't nowhere to run, baby. It's the same all over. This is the way life is. Be a good girl, and we'll find our reward in the other place. I didn't like it when Daddy spat hellfire, but I liked to hear Mama talk about the other place. In my dreams, it was orange and pink. A desert sunrise surging like wildfire beyond the mountains. In my dreams, I felt the sky in the folds of my heart, and I was free. I ran one night past brush and prairie dog holes with Daddy's voice on the chase.
You get back here, devil girl, or I'll whip you silly.
But I was fast and small and hard to find in the dark. I crouched low behind an old mesquite. Teardrops making polka dots in the silver sand. I clasped my hands and whispered a prayer. Please, if you're out there, help me. show me a way out. I heard something. The sound of a hunter picking meat off his kill. Wet chewing and slurping and something scraping the ground. I followed the sound and found a circle of rocks like a heathen church. Something in the middle bobbing up and down. Something else twitching and moaning. I hugged close to a big rock and peeked my head around the side. I saw a man. A skinny cowboy in faded denim and snakeskin boots. His skin so pale it looked like blue jelly. He crouched and licked at the neck of another shaking on the ground. The other's eyes were wide and rolling, his quivering fish mouth sucking the air. Cowboy's head shot up, and he sniffed. Streaks of red oozed down his mouth, slow as molasses. His head jerked around, and his eyes found mine. Black eyes, vulture eyes, eyes that held the night itself, eyes that could wrap you up and squeeze you soft or tight. He smirked, and stringy pieces of red shook as he talked.
Ain't your mom ever teach you not to stare?
I know what you are. Bloodsucker, right? I've seen the movies.
Get your head out of the clouds, girl. Me and my buddy are just having a talk.
Make me like you. I said. Cowboy laughed.
You wanna be like me. Sucking on dead meat in the dark like a mangy old dog.
I am a dog with its leg in a trap. And I want you to chew it off. My mama says this is just how it is, but I'm gonna run and look for somewhere different.
Your mama's a smart woman. You wanna kill. Ain't no one wanna be like me unless they got someone to kill.
My daddy?
It's always the daddies. Listen up, girl. This life ain't no fairy tale. It's a death rattle before every meal. It's railroad spike hunger, so sharp you can't think of nothing else. It's a forever night, with no more sunrises. No more to the last one. The one that'll light you up like the 4th of July.
I told you I've seen the movies.
Then you seen the endings. It's a bad luck life and you'd be stupid to pick it.
I stepped out from behind the rock and stared hard into those marble eyes. I pulled my dress up over my head and dropped it into the sand. Naked and shaking, I walked toward him. I brushed my hair from my neck and said, I might be stupid, but I know what I want. Sink your teeth into me, cowboy. Find the red life inside me and make it your own. He stood up and circled me, his frozen eyes chilling me wherever they looked.
Dummy.
He said at last.
You want to run from the sun. I won't tell you no. Get ready. It hurts.
He pulled me close and snuffed at my neck. Cold nose and cold breath. My heart pumping like it was out of time. His mouth opened, and he breathed white froth. Lockjaw bite sunk into my flesh, and razor wire scraped my veins. My skin screamed and my insides swelled thick with tar. I dropped down into the dirt.
takes a minute to get used to it.
He said. Don't go.
Sorry, honey. I ramble solo. Eat soon. Or it'll make you crazy. Adios.
He was gone. The world was gone. I was falling or floating in cavernous dark, nothing above or below. Heavy footsteps pulled me back from eternity. I opened my mouth and gurgled. Come back to me, cowboy. Come back. Daddy looked down at me and cracked his swollen knuckle.
I think it's high time I taught you something about humility.
He said. Iron hands dragged me back to the yard and lifted me onto a splintery workbench.
I'm a patient man, child. But we can't have you running off like that no more.
He lifted a crowbar and set it down gently to kiss my kneecap. His eyes were ablaze with white fire.
The word of the Lord shall light the holy path.
He said, raising the crowbar high.
And the wicked shall cower under the sword of judgment.
A cackle from the shadows.
A preacher man, huh? I never had much use for the word.
Daddy spun round.
Who in the hell's that? I'm the sin you ain't got the balls to commit.
Cowboy stepped forward, the moon making a halo around his oil spill hair.
Let her alone,
he said. Daddy laughed.
Who's gonna make me? Skinny boy like you? Come here, son, and I'll put the fear of God into you.
Daddy swung the crowbar, and Cowboy caught it. Daddy's arm snapped, and slick white bone popped through the skin. He fell screaming. Cowboy drove the crowbar deep into his gut. A fence post pinning him to the ground.
Skinny boys are hard to kill, old man. And I'm as skinny as they come. Go ahead, girl. You must be feeling it by now.
I was. My belly hissed and clawed like a raccoon in a cage. I rolled off the table and crawled on all fours, Daddy squealing and shouting, but the sound was distant and small. I heard one thing and one thing only, the warm heartbeat calling me with its low rhythm. I clamped my teeth hard into his neck. Sweet juice spurted and dribbled down my chin like a ripe tangerine. It pumped into my mouth and filled me until I shuddered inside. Daddy was maggot white and stammering.
Please. Please.
I ran sticky red hands through his hair. Daddy, it's okay. I'm gonna teach you something about humility, I said. I stuck my fingers into the hole in his neck and pulled until the meat split apart. His scream went high like a cicada whine. Bones snap at a candied rhythm, flesh and fat squishing in my hands. The final skin ribbon snapped in his neck. Just like that, he was leftovers. I threw his head into the brush and sucked his jugular dry like a milkshake straw. I looked up. With my belly filled with the soul of another, I could see colors I didn't have names for. I heard crickets, landing on blades of grass and smelled the powder on wings of moths. I felt the neon night for the first time. And I looked at my cowboy. A blue denim dream with see-through skin. I looked at him, and I knew I'd follow him to the end.
You ain't never forget your first,
He said. I showed him a red smile that dropped when I heard the screams. Mama was in the yard yelling, Charles! Charles! And staring at Daddy's big blue hands. She looked at me.
Monster!
She yelled through choking sobs. No, Mama, wait. But Cowboy's hand held my shoulder.
She's right.
He said.
You ain't got no mama now. Our kind don't make friends with the food. Run, girl, and find the place you're looking for.
I'm coming with you.
The hell you are. I got enough shit to shovel without babysitting, too.
I didn't ask no questions. The world was small before I met you. Now it's big enough to swallow me up. And I want to see it all.
While you ramble, I ramble as long as it takes.
God damn, girl. You're like a toothache that won't go away. Well, if you're coming, then come. Sun's hot on our heels, and if we don't keep moving, he's gonna catch us in the open.
I stuck close to his side, and we ran. When the sun went down, we'd stalk the hills, hunting for bony ranch hands and oily teenagers. My ears were sharper than his, and I could hear the river rush in their veins a mile off. I'd wrap myself in a velvet shadow and wait for my mule to walk by. He taught me how to hit them with a kill strike to make it quick, how to crush their windpipe so they wouldn't scream, how to make it look like a cougar attack. Every meal was a sticky poem, sweet as strawberry jam when I licked between my fingers. During the day, we'd lay low in a cave or an old trailer, and he'd tell me stories as I floated into dreams. He called me his toothache. He didn't talk much about his life before the bite. There'd been a wife and a daughter, but they were long gone. I asked what happened to them once, and his dark eyes looked away.
You never forget your first,
He said, and I didn't ask again. One night, we found a couple hikers wrapped up in their sleeping bags. His didn't even wake up, but mine was feisty. He was fighting and flailing and flopping slowly as I sucked out the juice. Finally, she just held my back and breathed slow. I looked in her half-closed eyes. She knew it was all right and the end wasn't really so scary. I kissed her soft and left a red stain on her lips. Shh. Just relax, hon. Relax and let go. You're going to the other place, I said. Her eyes went cloudy and she drifted away. Cowboy scoffed.
Other place. Grow up, toothache. Ain't no place but here.
You're a grumpy old dog sometimes. How do you know what comes after?
I've been on the hunt long enough to know that the only difference between live meat and dead meat is a few twitches and grunts.
Think what you want. I seen the other place in my dreams and we're going there when it's over. He laughed.
Sunday school was a long time ago, kid. If there is another place, you and I ain't gonna see it. We're burning for what we done.
Eating ain't a sin. We're gonna be free and happy, and you'll thank me when we get there.
Kid,
He said with narrow eyes.
if you can point to one thing, one real goddamn thing that'll show me there's something else in the sky, I will drop to my knees and sing hallelujah right here.
I was quiet for a bit. I prayed that night, I said. I prayed for a way out, and there you were. Make fun all you want, but I see the other place when I look at you. Maybe I ain't got proof, but I got hope. I hope there's orange and gold at the end of this night. A place where all hurts are soothed, and bright light fills us until we are the sun. And I hope we go there together. You and me. Together with no end.
Why in the hell do you want that?
And I was gonna say the word, but he gave me a look that stopped me cold. I held the word in my mind instead, so he could read it behind my eyes. We made camp in an old bear den just before the watercolor dawn. He held me close, closer than he ever had. No stories that day, just his arm on my waist and his breath in my hair.
You got a sunrise in your heart,
He said as I closed my eyes. I woke at dusk and reached out for him. I found a note.
Been fun to think, but the lonely road is calling. Don't bother looking for me. If this life teach you one thing, it's how to stay hid. Adios.
I was shaking. So Mama was right. This is the way life is. I ran into the rocky hills. I found some city folk roughing it in an RV and I tore them into chunks. The red spilled into the sand and I didn't drink a drop. I could smell them in their veins. It's been days. He told me the hunger would make me crazy, but I don't feel a thing. There's another hunger eating away at me, turning me to dust from the inside out. The note was a lie, too. He said he rambles solo, but that ain't the truth. The truth was in his eyes that night when I almost said the word. Cowboy didn't fear nothing except that word. He was afraid I'd try to say it again. He wouldn't be able to stop me. He was afraid I'd say it, and it'd drop him dead quicker than a stake to the heart. Maybe he was right. I've made up my mind. After I set this down, I'm going to take a walk into the cool blue desert. I'm going to find a nice place to sit and watch. The yellow streaks over the mountains will burn my tears away, and I'll be carried off on a flare of light like a dream upon waking. If this world is the same all over, maybe it's different in the next. There's a sunrise in my heart, and I'm dying to dig it out. But if my cowboy ever sniffs you out in the dark and spills your neck juice down his chin, tell him something with your last breath, will you? Tell him if there is another place, I'll be waiting there on the day when the sun catches up to him. Tell him if there's not, then my ashes will ride the desert wind and search for him in the night. Tell him real hunger only gets worse the more you feed it. And I have been starving from the moment we met. And if you don't give your time for all that, just tell him one thing for me, will you? Tell him I loved him, please. Tell him I loved him.
Milk Teeth. Written by Colby Newton. Narrated by Heather Ordover. The river had broken its banks and seeped onto the abandoned highway. The shallow, rippling pools played with the flat wheels of the bus, splashing upon the rusted hubcaps and weathered undercarriage. Tendrils of vine and leaves gripped the contours of the metal cab, stemming from the cracks in the submerged pavement. Claire Collingwood stumbled her way through the murky shadows, fighting to remain standing as the water clung to her dress and pulled the fabric already stretched tightly over her bloated abdomen. For a moment, she hesitated, absent-mindedly holding her belly in one hand and a knife in the other. She considered the bus. There would be no way to ensure her safety once she was inside. The glass windows and flimsy door would offer little protection from the weather. But this did not concern Claire as much as the thought of how easy it would be for them to get in. She contemplated finding a different location, but another pulsating stab racked her abdomen, and she abandoned any thought of traveling further along the deserted road. With her mind set, she pushed on through the water, careful to hold the knife away from her body in case she fell. The door was rusted shut, but with some prying, she was able to wedge it open enough to budge in. Pulling it closed behind her, she was slightly comforted by the door's reluctance to move. At least, this would make for somewhat of an obstacle. A human body, or what was left of the tortured remains, occupied the first seat behind the driver's. She only gave it a momentary glance before carefully making her way toward the back of the bus. After making sure she was alone, she gathered the abandoned clothing left scattered among the seats. Finding a seat near the middle of the bus, she made a bed on top of the cushion. But before she could lie down, she looked at the window just above the seat and pictured one of them peering in at her. Claire shivered and moved the clothing to the floor between the seats. Maneuvering herself slowly, she reclined onto the makeshift bed, pulling her dress above her knees. Saying a silent prayer, she bit down on the handle of the knife and began to push. 15 years earlier, Claire Collingwood would never have imagined herself giving birth alone in a rusted bus. She had been a fresh, young face in the medical field, aimed at making a difference in the world. Everything at the time had been new and exciting as she prepared to make her mark as a nurse at one of the leading hospitals in the country. She had met her husband, Marcus, after he contracted a parasite while building wells for villages in Africa. An ambitious man, he was quick to charm the young nurse, despite looking like death and wearing only a paper gown. Although she despised the thought of his body harboring insects, she couldn't help but be taken by the man, as dreamy-eyed as she was. A year later, the two were married and prepared to build a life together. By that time, she had moved up in the chain of command and worked with a team designated for unusual cases. She still remembered how it all started. In the years since, she had devised her own poem to remember the sequence of events that ended the world. Now Claire recited the verses in her head, exchanging the Lord's Prayer for his punishment.
Their bellies had all flattened, and none had come to seed.
It had been in the news for a few months, here and there an unusually high occurrence of miscarriages, followed by concentrated populations of infertility. Insidiously, these incidences happened more and more frequently, spreading like a virus.
Upon the breath of every man, dark words to be freed.
People were panicked, blaming everything they could name. Pollution, global warming, damnation, and terrorists had been on everybody's lips. The president told people not to panic, that he knew medical professionals were close to identifying the cause of the threat. Claire, however, had known this to be a lie. No one knew what was happening. Nevertheless, these events had only been the ill preparation for what was to come.
Then the month of May, when milk teeth grew no more.
One day, rumors began to spread that no children were being born. At first, appearing to be the hysterics of a crippled world, people tried to deny their greatest fear. Of course children were still being born. They'd always been born. But soon, it became apparent that what had once been was no more. For the first time in recorded history, not a single human being was born in a day's passing. That day led to another, and another, and another. A year passed without any births, and the world cried in pain. While society spun apart, Claire and Marcus had kept each other sane. In their innocence, they thought they could still make a difference and bring an end to the chaos. They still went on dates, catching some of the last movies to be produced, and never abandoned the hope of a return to normalcy.
Until the night the dryness ended, seed replaced with spore.
On one evening, she awoke with an impending feeling of doom. For the first time, Claire Collingwood was not her optimistic self. At first she was unsure of what had awoken her. She lay still, listening to the sound of Marcus breathing. Then she heard her pager vibrate on the nightstand. The message demanded she go to the hospital, but offered no other explanation. When she arrived, a heavy silence hung over the ward. Doctors were whispering quietly, gathered around the doorway of room 419. Claire wringed her hands as she approached, noticing a look on the doctors' faces that she did not recognize. They only looked up when she came within arm's reach. "We're about to begin," one said, not bothering to greet her. "Begin with what, sir?" She was beginning to decipher the emotion blanketing their faces, and her unease grew. "Delivering a child." The reply came from a different doctor after the first had simply stared at her. Now she understood what she saw in these men. Fear. The same primeval, guttural fear that had gripped their ancestors now coursed through the bodies of these men. Claire's own emotions no longer seemed irrational, though she did not know why she felt so threatened. They moved into the room before she had a chance to question what they were saying. She followed, taking in a strangely tepid scene. There wasn't anything intimidating about the expectant mother. She seemed genuinely excited, if not a little confused herself. A smile was pressed upon her face, and she was slowly looking about the room. Eyes locked in position, her head pivoted in sweeping motions, as if she were following a particularly slow fly. "Hello, I'm Claire. I'll be one of the nurses helping you with your delivery tonight." The woman offered no sign of acknowledgement. Confused, Claire looked over at one of the doctors, who shook his head when they locked eyes. The scene she had once labeled as surprisingly plain now seemed to be a mask for something more sinister.
A perfume master poison, deception none could name.
Claire staggered back in horror as she turned back to the woman. She was no longer smiling, nor did she seem confused. Her eyes gazed into Claire's, and she quietly said, "It's time." Her head then jolted back, and a tormented howl burst from her lips. The doctors jumped into motion, preparing tools and grabbing gloves. It only started seconds ago, but as the woman's screams escalated, so did the feeling of doom. Just as it began to seem as though the terror couldn't be more intense, the woman fell back onto the gurney, dead. At the foot of the bed, the doctors were gaping at a writhing form. Claire pulled the woman's gown up to look at it and screamed. She knew what it was. They all knew what it was. However, none of them dared to say it. One of the doctors reached a hand to the child, fingertips quivering.
And through the blood it came to be, the world it was to claim.
Claire ran down the hall, blood splattered across her face. She could taste the doctor's gore in her mouth, how it had snatched at him, ensnaring him, had finally broken Claire Collingwood's hope for redemption. She now knew that things would not get any better. They had only just begun. Marcus had not seen it and didn't understand why his wife insisted on leaving the city. He would later regret asking her to stay and consider their options. More women were starting to give birth, and as it spread, so did the carnage. Soon they were infesting the cities, waiting in the shadows for those who were left behind. The couple ran for nearly a decade, scavenging what they could. They met fewer people every year, and the time between conversations with strangers continued to grow. If it hadn't been for Marcus, Claire would have joined those hanging by their shoelaces in the forest. He remained hopeful, despite all they had seen. As if to reward him for his faith, a spark of hope began to shine in the people they encountered. News was spreading of women beginning to have normal children again. Although doubtful, Claire was ready for some change in the monotony, and Marcus was set to take all the necessary precautions. But he had never gotten the chance. A few months into her pregnancy, he was killed, and Claire was left alone with their unborn child. Suicide crossed her mind, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Marcus would tell her to at least have the child. She owed it to him for all the years he saved her life. She was determined to bring the child into the world, and she spent the next few months clinging to life, focused only on her purpose. Finally, the time came, and her body began to respond, just as she found the abandoned bus. The sun had set some time ago, settling the forest into a still silence. As it grew darker, Claire's contractions came more frequently, and she alternated between pushing and resting. The thought of taking a quick nap crossed her mind when she heard it. A small splash from outside, so quiet that it was almost mist, froze the air in her lungs. It could just be the wind blowing the water across a stone. A twig may have fallen from a tree. Or... She shook the thought from her head and focused on her breathing. The pain was unbearable, and she gnawed on the knife handle to relieve her frustration. It was so consuming that she almost missed the second splash. This time, she knew it wasn't a twig. but she had to be sure. Slowly, she pushed herself up and edged toward the window above her head. Leaning against the seat, she peered into the darkness. The trees swung softly in the gentle wind. In the moonlight, everything was drained of its color. It would have been a peaceful sight, if not for the tall, dark figure standing in the shallow water. It faced away from the bus, its head tilted to the side as it swayed back and forth, as if listening to music. Feeling like her heart was about to explode, Claire began to lower herself back into her hiding spot. Just when her head was out of sight, the seat creaked loudly under the weight of her arm. She pressed herself against the floor, not daring to breathe. Within seconds, she heard it at the window. Its thin fingers squealed against the glass as it pressed its face onto the surface, searching inside. She could see it, but she prayed it couldn't see her. From her vantage point, she saw its black tongue snake out of its mouth and kiss the window. Then it stepped out of view. At first, she thought it was gone, but then she could hear it. It was inspecting every window, searching for a way into the enclosed space, for a way to join her. Through the methodic noises, a small tap here and a slight click there, she knew where it was. Before long, it would find its way to the door. The image of it prying the door open filled her head. Another wave of pain caused her to cry out, and the noise stopped. Knowing it was already aware of her presence, she decided to stop writhing in silence and let her screams fill the air, dropping the knife to her side. The baby was only minutes away, her body pressed in from all sides. Claire expected it to break through the windows, provoked by the sound of her pain. As the seconds passed, she realized it wasn't going to force its way in. What was it doing? She closed her eyes, bearing through the stabbing feeling. When she opened them, she saw it standing at the window across the aisle from her. Its fingers were splayed wide as it stared at her, looking like a child at a toy store. It just stood there, watching. She'd rather it just end the pain. Why wasn't it attacking her? Was this the child she had seen born all those years ago? The thought frightened her, but she couldn't help but look for some sign of recognition in its terrible eyes. Before she realized it, her body pushed once again, and she felt the child begin to emerge. The thing outside began to sway, apparently excited. A lipless smile stretched across its face. Claire looked away, not wanting to see anymore. As she prepared for the final push, she grabbed the knife and held it poised, ready to meet her child. Within seconds, she was empty, staring at the baby on the floor of the bus. It was exactly what she had expected.
Their bellies had all flattened, and none had come to seed. Upon the breath of every man, dark words to be freed. Then the month of May, when milk teeth grew no more, until the night the dryness ended, seed replaced with spore. A perfume master poison, deception none could name, and through the blood it came to be, for a world it was to claim.
When I was a boy, I lived with my mother in an old house in Georgia. It was small, and most parts of it were fairly worn, but the asking price was cheap, and we needed a home. It wasn't all bad, though. The place had a pretty large backyard and acres of woodland behind it. On one particularly hot summer day, I was sitting inside playing with my dog, Marley, as my mother was leaving for work and discussing the usual guidelines to the babysitter. "I'll be back around 11, I remember her saying. "Make sure he's in bed by 10. The babysitter nodded and smiled as my mother called goodbye to me and shut the door. Now it was just me, Marley, and the babysitter from down the street. "I'm gonna run a couple of errands," said the babysitter, to which I nodded without looking up. I suppose here is where I should mention this babysitter was an asshole. After my mother would leave for work, she would politely excuse herself from the house, returning just in time to collect her pay. I never complained, however. I wasn't ever afraid of being alone, and what kid doesn't like having no rules for a while? I spent most of the day playing Game Boy or chasing Marley around the house. When the sun fell, it came time for my favorite summer activity, catching fireflies. I couldn't tell you why, but I was just so fascinated by fireflies and liked to keep them as pets. I grabbed an old mason jar from under the sink and left through the squeaky screen door to the back porch, Marley following at my heels. I was greeted by the overwhelming sound of insects buzzing all around the backyard. I walked down the wooden steps of the deck and began my search for fireflies. I looked for the faint glowing lights for what felt like hours, shuffling through the grass in the warm night air. Suddenly, I saw it, the biggest firefly I'd ever seen, blinking around the old rusted chain-link fence in the very back. With jar in hand, I whipped after it, Marley barking after me. I'd soon made it to the fence when the firefly began to retreat into the woods. I wasn't about to go back empty-handed, so I climbed over the fence with a bit of struggle and into the woods. Marley whined on the other side as I walked past old, mossy trunks, leaves crunching under my feet as I went, following the glowing yellow light. The woods felt like I had stepped into another world. The trees were enormously tall, and the leaves atop shrouded any moonlight from entering. Just as I was beginning to feel I had gone too far, I looked back to find the shining porch lights of my house, but I could not see any trace of them. I had been engulfed by the woods. I couldn't hear the buzzing of insects anymore. It was silent now. I looked forward again to find the firefly drawing closer. I needed to catch it now, if only to use it as light to find my way back. I swooped at it with my jar and caught air. Startled, the firefly began to float upwards, blinking its yellow light as it went. It kept going higher and higher out of my reach, and I followed it with my eyes. It drifted up the high timbers, and suddenly I saw everything. Bodies. Hundreds of twisted bodies. Men and women, boys and girls, strung up like puppets in the branches, illuminated only by the light of the firefly. I couldn't move, paralyzed by fear. I could hear everything, the creaking of the ropes, the moaning of the old trees, and the footsteps close by. I ducked behind a tree, trying to quiet my harsh gasping. I had gone too far, I thought, and now I was going to live up there as another puppet. I didn't know what to do, whether to run or wait, but the footsteps were growing closer. It knows I'm here, I thought. There was no way it couldn't have heard me coming. Mustering all my courage, I shoved off from the tree and bolted toward the direction I came, whipping up leaves as I went. I could hear it giving chase behind me, its feet pounding the earth rhythmically as it went. I ran faster than I had ever in my entire life. I couldn't stop the tears from streaming as the wind slapped against my face. I hadn't even said goodbye to my mother when she left. As I had hoped, the lights on the back porch were shining through the dark ahead of me. I could hear Marley barking, and I knew I would soon meet the old rusty fence. I remember thinking that climbing the fence would slow me down, but it was the only way. The trembling earth was growing closer, and the tip of my shoe caught a root and I slipped, landing on my stomach. I fumbled over onto my back and began kicking away from the faint outline getting closer. I gripped my mason jar and threw it as hard as I could into the black wood. I heard a thud and got to my feet. I met the fence and vaulted into my backyard. I screamed for my dog, and we rushed up the back deck and inside, locking the door as we rushed through. I sprinted upstairs to my room and took Marley with me, locking the door and pushing a chair against it. I collapsed onto my bed with the lights on, my mind racing. I checked the clock. 10:33. Relief washed over me. I was safe now, and soon Mom would be home. Perhaps it was the adrenaline leaving my body because I suddenly grew very tired. I didn't want to sleep, but I couldn't fight it. I passed out in my bed with the lights on and Marley by my side. I awoke, suddenly, in the night to a pitch-black room. The covers were over me, so I'd guessed my mom had gotten back and checked in on me. I was sweating under the warm comforter and turned on my other side. And that's when I saw it. A face, inches from my own, with bone-white skin stretched tightly over its skull. Its tall, thin figure was hunched and bent over my bed. Its lidless eyes watched me, studying me. I wanted to recoil at the sight of it, but I couldn't move. Suddenly, everything changed. I woke up gasping. The lights were on in my room and the chair was still pushed against the door. Marley lifted his head and looked at me. My eyes drifted to the clock. 10:46. I heard the doorbell ring, and I ran downstairs to the front door, wrenching it open and falling into my mother's arms, crying. And now here I sit, 10 years later to the day, in a lobby crowded with people because I can't stand to be alone. I remember my mother traveling into the woods the next day against my wishes, only returning to say she didn't see anything. My brain had played tricks on me in the dead of night, she said. I didn't believe it at the time, and I don't now. There isn't a night that goes by that I don't think about it. That one night I'll wake up and see that horrible face again, and this time it won't be a dream. What scares me most is the thought that on that warm summer night, 10 years ago, I was the one that got away. The bed it didn't get to keep.
Ultrasound by Kevin Thomas. Narrated by Jesse Cornett. Part 1. As a science teacher, making the subject interesting was always the biggest challenge. But that was the bit of the job that I loved. Finding some way to make the subject interesting. And with some classes it was really easy. Some were just naturally interested in what made the world tick. Some got all starry-eyed at the idea of infinite universes, destructive black holes, chemical explosions, classifying all the creepy crawlies that lived in the world. Some classes were harder to grab, though, and you had to really find something to pull them in. It was even more fun to figure out, like teaching taxonomical classifications using Pokemon, or using some sci-fi to explore the ideas of space and time. Sometimes just a good old-fashioned blowing something to fuck up. Well, every now and then, though, you'd get a really tough group. It was even worse when it came to teaching a subject that they found particularly dull. And one class in particular was an unholy boiling point of hormone-fueled disruption. I'd love to say I didn't consider them bad kids, but the inbuilt liberal apologism most teachers have hardwired into them can only take so much punishment. Now, they all had their reasons, of course, broken homes, runaway parents, bad areas, drugs, alcohol, just plain learning and development needs that we didn't have the time or the funds to accommodate properly. With all the justification in the world, I didn't stop every lesson for them from blurring the fine line between learning and riot control. I even approached my head a year for advice or support. He was normally a man who preached the gospel of no child left behind, every child matters, or with religious fervor, in fact. However, even he, having provided cover teaching for the group in a pinch, simply looked at me with sunken, defeated eyes and told me, "You're on your own with him, mate." And the best he could offer would be to steer the school observations away from those classes and to cast a sympathetic eye over my end-of-year results. A token gesture, and it didn't stop the lessons being a constant struggle to retain control. For instance, one kid, Jake, took a lesson about evolution and survival of the fittest to be a personal challenge to his finely honed fighting skills. The rest of the lesson was primarily concerned with me attempting to stop the class degenerating into a battle royale. I taught a lesson about alkali metals, a family of metals which have a violent reaction with water, by putting a tiny pea-sized amount in a bowl of water and letting him see it skitter around before popping with a tiny bang. This lesson was rewarded by a break-in to the chemical cupboard that night. That was followed by a missing 100-gram block of potassium and a mysterious explosion that destroyed half the plumbing in the gym's shower block. I was out of ideas, and at the end of my tether, and I'd resigned myself to simply embracing my new role as riot officer and condemning the class to oblivion. However, I had one of those soul-searching moments and thought that, no, everyone deserves one last chance. It was my class, my subject, and damn it, I was a grown-ass man and would not be defeated by a bunch of foul-mouthed, wanking little scroats. And I checked the curriculum, and the next subject to be taught would be sound waves. Ultrasound and subsonic waves in particular. So now I had to find what was the hook to draw them in. Had I known what would happen, I would have stopped right there. But I didn't. I plowed on, trying to find some way to make the subject of sound waves you can't hear interesting. I found plenty of experiments, using ultrasound to break glass. I didn't fancy giving them any excuse to break glass. Using it to break up kidney stones? The kids knew enough about weapons, thanks. Or the way animals use it for navigation. But I didn't fancy teaching them to add horrific new screeches to their Batman impersonations. I'd all but given up on finding anything useful when I stumbled across an article on scientific explanations for the paranormal based on sounds that existed outside the normal hearing range. The article was fascinating. A scientist called Gavreau had noticed that certain areas of a particular laboratory made anyone who worked there feel uneasy and scared. Some went as far as to say they'd seen ghosts and shadowy figures in that part of the lab. Few would dare work there, and fewer would dare twice. And being a man of science, the researcher rejected any supernatural claims and set up monitoring equipment around the area to investigate. But what he found was that the area was a hotbed of subsonic sound waves. And there were all kinds of research equipment in and around the lab, like centrifuges and auto stirrers and incubators, all creating sound waves inaudible to the human ear. But that created a feeling of dread and terror in anyone that was subjected to them. Paranormal research critics were quick to point out that while subsonic waves might account for the feelings of dread, they asked how this explains the visions of ghostly and shadowy figures that were also reported in the lab. And Gavreau postulated that the waves caused the front of the eyes to vibrate, and that this could distort sight, and inducing visions of horrific shadow men and other tormentors. I even read that Gavreau was planning to expand his research into whether this might explain other ghost reports. For instance, the huge increase in ghost sightings during building projects like extensions to the London Underground tube lines. Often blamed on disturbed graves and inappropriate planners, it may be nothing more than subsonic waves caused by digging machines. Yes, this was perfect. I couldn't believe my luck. It was such a simple experiment to set up in the classroom, and even the most hardened little thugs get even quickly silenced when they think ghosts are in the room. And then once they're thoroughly terrified, bam! Science. I was grinning from ear to ear at this point. I couldn't wait. For the first time ever, I was actually looking forward to the next lesson. I was so naive. I should have looked deeper. The irony of the fact that everything that unfolded from here on out is down to the fact that I, teacher of the worst class in the country, didn't do my homework. And it would have been hilarious were it not for the tragedy of what was to come. I finished my lesson plan and went to bed, getting the last good night's sleep I'd ever enjoy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Part 2. The morning came and I still had a confident spring in my step. I even treated myself to a nice coffee on the way to work. I started doing that criminal thing that you do when you think you've had a good idea, then let the fantasy run away with itself. After all, I just figured out how I was going to control that class. My head of year didn't know how to do that. Maybe this would lead to a promotion. Maybe I'd be next in line for the head of department. Maybe I could include it in my book that I was going to write about controlling classrooms. Maybe I'd be invited on TV to explain it, and how I'd turn this obnoxious class around. I knew I was getting way ahead of myself, but hey, it was a daydream for the commute. And where was the harm in letting it run a little? I got to my room, and I started setting up the equipment. They were going to be my first class of the day, so I wouldn't have to wait forever, which was lucky because at this point I could barely contain myself. The equipment was very simple. There was going to be a simple speaker at the front of the classroom, which was going to be the focal point of the display, but in the back corners there was going to be a simple setup of a couple of metal plates held in front of electromagnets. And they were all going to be set to the same subsonic frequency that Gavreau had used, and I hoped the acoustics of the room would amplify the effect. The class piled in and took their places, and they were already starting to play up, but a couple were disquieted by the calm, confident look on my face. There wasn't much that gave any of their teachers cause for that kind of collected facial expression in their classes. Most had a look of barely concealed fear and trepidation. So to see me looking like a Hindu cow shook their confidence. I had to capitalize on this brief period of crumbled bravado before they collected themselves. "Sound!" I bellowed. "What is it?" My question was met with stony silence, as most of my attempts to engage them were. Sound is a form of energy wave. For the most part, it allows us to hear things. I subtly turned on the speakers to their subsonic frequency. It was at a low amplitude, so it's unlikely anyone would be perceiving anything yet. However, scientists are still discovering new ways that the body interacts with energy in all its forms. Every day, we find out new mechanisms by which the body is sensitive to energy. Every day, we find a new way to explain the unexplainable by using rigorous scientific method to observe, predict, experiment, and analyze. I tweaked the intensity up a few notches and saw a few of their bored expressions shift to one much less complacent. I was loving this, truly loving it. I almost didn't know whether I was getting an adrenaline rush from finally controlling this unruly class, or whether the sound waves were starting to get to me too. There was a bubbling panic growing in my chest, but I was sure that was just down to the excitement of the position. Even if I was also being affected, no reason why I wouldn't be, just because I was aware of it. At least I knew that I was in control. And if you kids really apply yourselves, really buckle down and stop giving me shit. I couldn't believe I just wanted my class. The excitement was almost too much. Then maybe you'd be able to use science to achieve something. I paused and scanned over their increasingly distressed faces to ensure I really had them before I went to the grand finale. Really special. I cranked the intensity of the sound way up to full. I saw an instant shift in their demeanor. It was beautiful. A few started crying, some hid their eyes, some were just frantically looking around, wondering if they were the only ones, and quickly seeing that they weren't. I almost started scaring myself. I looked across their terrified faces and watched them scrambling and pleading with me and each other and God, anyone to make it stop. This started to feel like revenge rather than science. Every crappy lesson, every fight, every interruption, every curse, every punch, and every missed piece of homework was all avenged as I watched the class descend into pure, terrified panic. Then, there was a shift. I don't know why I'd been slower to respond, but all of a sudden the sound waves got to me too. All of a sudden, I saw what they were seeing. I understood their fear. Shadowy figures swooped and darted around the peripheries of my vision. The corner of my eye was a dance of barely seen terrors. However, when one of the shadows appeared to dash right across the classroom, I realized I'd gone too far. This was terrifying even for me, and I knew none of it was real. This needed to stop now, before it went any further. I killed the power to all the speakers. Instantly, the room was back to normal. No figures. No shadows. Nothing clawing at the extremities of your vision. Just another classroom full of clearly unsettled children. I regained control of myself and calmly explained to the class exactly what had happened. We went into detail about sound waves and energy transfer and the retina, and the eyes lenses, and the whole lot. I knew I'd way overstepped the mark, and I didn't want to send a single child out until I was sure they knew that it was all an illusion. That there were no ghosts, no evil shadows, just a scientific trick of the mind. Most of the class had recovered by the time they needed to leave for their next lesson. A couple still shaken, but I was satisfied that all they needed was a bit of a sit-down. I'd certainly knocked them down a peg or two. Amazingly, Jake even looked me right in the eye and said, "Nice one," before moving on. I was in a better mood than I'd been in all year. I told the head of year, and he let out a laugh so loud and appreciative I was sure half the surrounding classes had heard. "God, I wish I'd been there," he chuckled. He then put his stern professional face on and said, "But you should really run these kinds of things past me first, if one of their parents complains." He trailed off, before looking at me again and letting his stern facade break into another wide, appreciative grin. I stayed on cloud 9 until later that evening. Everything was fine until the sun went down, and it started getting a bit dark. I could have sworn I saw another shadow dart into hiding out of the corner of my eye. First time it happened, I was still full of bravado, thinking, I know what caused that. It must be the roadworks down the street. The pneumatic drill must be vibrating my windows just right. At that point, I actually believed myself. However, as the light continued to fade, the twilight carried on playing tricks on me. I kept seeing dancing in the shadows long after road crews had gone home. I tried just getting an early night, but I couldn't. As soon as I felt myself drifting off, I'd see more movement in the shadows. Hard as I tried, I kept seeing the darkness moving. They kept darting around. They darted towards, away, and around me. Sometimes they looked like they were just standing there. Other times they looked like they were ready to jump on me. My imagination was driving me wild. I couldn't take it anymore, so I bottled out. I turned on all the lights and I went on the internet. Unable to think of anything more constructive, I researched a bit more about Gavro's findings. Why didn't I do this before? Gavro's scientific studies had tapered away rather rapidly after his subsonic discovery. And from what I could see, they were replaced with increasingly erratic and less reliable conjecture about the nature and the power of the sounds and the shadows. Most of his academic companions deserted him as he got more and more unhinged. I remembered the power I felt manipulating the class, and I remembered having to tell myself that it was just an illusion. What if Gavro lost that grip on reality? And what if he kept pushing it until he forgot the science and believed his own pranks? I was hardly comforted when I found out that his final conclusion from his final published research paper, widely discredited by all who found it, was that the sound didn't make you see ghosts. The sound let you see ghosts that were already there. And they didn't appreciate being seen. And I couldn't sleep a wink. It didn't look like any of the class did either when I saw them the next day. Saggy-eyed, drowsy, and yawning, I asked them what was up. "Kept seeing shadows, sir," said one, and many murmured in agreement. Worse, though, was that one student hadn't turned up at all. Jake was absent. Not especially unusual. A lot of students played truant when given a chance, but something didn't sit right. I asked if any of the other students had heard anything from him. One girl timidly replied, "He texted me last night, sir. Said he couldn't sleep. Said he needed to find what was making the sound so he could turn it off. I just hoped he found it. I just hope he got some sleep. I hope we all would." Part 3. For good measure, I spent the remainder of the lesson going over the science behind my little illusion again, in order to try and allay their uncertainties and fears. It was almost funny. This lesson went even better than the previous one, as every student was held in a rapt state of attention, and the whole class clung onto my every word. They took notes, drew diagrams, asked deep and pertinent questions on and around the subject, and they even completed all of their group work, with nary a ripple of disruption. I understood, of course, exactly what they were doing. They were trying their very best to understand what had happened to them yesterday, so that they could really try and put it behind them. I'd always seen scientists as brave pioneers into the unknown, but looking across their steadily brightening faces, I saw how science could just as easily be a comforting blanket, a rational barrier against the demons of the unknown. And by the end of the class, the horror of the previous day seemed to have well and truly faded and been replaced by a joking camaraderie. Kids who would have normally have been at each other's throats in group sessions were working without issue. They even seemed positively friendly with each other, in a way only a group who've experienced a shared hardship could be. It was a fantastic sight. My earlier doubts about whether I'd gone too far were still there, but to look at them working productively and peacefully with each other, it was difficult to be too concerned. Jake still played on my mind, though. I'm sure he was fine. He made truancy into an art form, but his texts about needing to turn off the sound in the middle of the night still made me nervous. But the lesson had one last shot for my nerves in store. It concluded without issue, and concerns for Jake aside, I genuinely thought that maybe I'd turned a corner with this class. I'd need to be far more careful if I was going to use it with any other classes in the future, though. I'd been completely unprepared for the intensity of the visions and the feelings of sheer terror. But it didn't seem to be anything that a bit of personal experimentation with the equipment couldn't refine in order to get the right level. And just looking at the quality of work that class had just produced, it was going to be easy to get the head of science to sign off on the experiment for further use. I was still running through these thoughts and contemplating what modifications to try next when, as the class were leaving, one girl asked to see me for a minute. In the now empty classroom, she stood, staring intently at her shoes and refusing to look me in the eye. "What is it, Amy?" She shifted her weight uncomfortably. "Sir, did..." She was having trouble formulating a question. Were the speakers on just then?" "When?" "During the lesson." "No." "Why?" The color drained from her face as she weakly answered. "Oh, nothing. It's nothing." She scuttled out, clearly needing to be anywhere but in that classroom. I wanted to call after her, chase her even, in order to clarify what she meant, but I was distracted by something skittering across the room out of the corner of my eye. I didn't get a clear look, and by the time I'd spun round to try and see, it had gone. I turned back to the corridor to shout after Amy, but she too had disappeared just as suddenly. Her question had disturbed me, and my mind returned to Jake. I used the morning break to contact the office to see if there was any word on him. Jake Tandy, Class G2. Any word from him or his parents as to where he is today?" I asked the office girl in charge of monitoring attendance. She was about to answer when a gray smudge darted across the doorway to my right and pulled my attention away. I was still staring intently at the door when, out of nowhere, Richard, my head of year, stuck his head into the room and asked to borrow me for a moment. He ushered me into his office and closed the door. Jake Tandy was reported missing as of 9:30 a.m. this morning. What? By whom? His mother. When she noticed he wasn't in his bed this morning, she called round a couple of his girlfriends' houses to find out if he'd snuck out there in the night. None of them had seen him. And when she called us to find out if he was in school, we told her he wasn't here. Her next call, obviously, was to the police. Now, one of our students is officially missing. My mind was overwhelmed with questions. The playful grin that was on his face when I first told him of the demonstration was well and truly gone now, replaced by an unshifting expression of grave concern. The police found Jake's phone in his room. The final message sent details him going to find the source of a sound. They want to know what that means. Of course. Do they need a formal statement? I don't know. You can ask them for yourself. They want to talk to you as soon as we're finished. Now listen, and listen carefully. Now, I'm sure I don't have to tell you how serious the consequences of this could be if Jake doesn't turn up quickly. This experiment you ran. Please tell me you ran some basic safety tests or ran a risk assessment. How could I have been so stupid? I didn't so much as do a test run before the lesson, let alone do something as sensible as documenting a full risk assessment, or investigate whether infrasound fell under COSHH regulations. My complete unforgivable incompetence must have been written across my face. Because before I could answer, Richard interrupted. You fucking fool. I had to focus all of my strength not to burst into tears right there in his office. My eyes were damp, but I maintained composure. Answer me this, and you had better answer truthfully, Richard continued. Do you have any cause for any form of concern for any of your other students? Amy, I uttered quietly, still staring at my hands to avoid revealing my increasingly watery eyes. What? I raised my head to meet his accusatory gaze. Amy Sunderland. She approached me after class today to ask... My heart stopped. Stood over each of Richard's shoulders were two towering, shadowy figures. Through the blur of my tears, I couldn't make out even basic features. I wasn't even sure they had any. All I could see were that they were definitely human-shaped. I was frozen with dread, and feeling of deep panic started welling up in my stomach. What? What did Amy ask? I rubbed my eyes dry in order to answer him. Once I'd cleared my sight, the figures were gone. I looked around, but there was nothing, and no one else there anymore. Answer me, damn it! She asked if I had the speakers on during today's lesson. I tried to ask her why, but she wouldn't answer me. And did you have them on? No. Right. Tell the police that. Tell them everything. I'll send them in. Richard stood up to leave and walked towards the door. I felt him stand behind me and place a reassuring hand on my shoulder. I couldn't believe how irresponsible I'd been. How reckless. I'd been so caught up in my own ambition that I hadn't even taken basic precautions, and now I was paying for it. I just hoped Jake was all right. I knew Richard was furious with me, but feeling his protective hand on my shoulder meant maybe there was a way to fix it all. I heard Richard outside telling the officers to head in. Wait. Richard was outside. Then whose hand was... I spun round to see an empty room. I desperately tried to contain the panic now coursing through my veins. What was happening to me? It was just a fucking illusion. Two officers entered the room. Hello, good morning. Thanks for talking with us. Now, tell me about, infrasound? Through the tension, I almost laughed. Where to begin? Part 4. I'd rarely seen police officers as young as the two opposite me. They lacked the authoritative confidence one would normally expect during questioning in a missing child case. The questions, too, were meandering and unfocused, as though the officers really didn't know what they were actually trying to achieve or elicit from me. And my guess was that they were junior dogs' bodies who had been lumped with the dull task of closing off a dead-end lead. And when a child goes missing, every lead needs to be chased, if only to protect the force against accusations of neglect if the search fails. But Jake was a troubled kid, and I knew he'd been caught dealing weed to other pupils. I imagined that the officers in charge of the case had a stack of leads that provided far more plausible explanations as to why a kid with links to the local low-level drug dealers might mysteriously go missing in the night. He wasn't going to waste his best officers chasing down a science teacher using strange noises to fill a room with ghosts. These officers were here on a glorified administrative mission. I could see their resentment in their eyes. But for their lack of experience and motivation, they were diligent nonetheless. They wanted more detail about the nature of infrasound and what it could mean in the context of Jake's text. So we discussed it in some detail. I delivered a mini science lesson in the nature of low-frequency wave energy, natural resonance, and how the retina could be fooled into seeing things that weren't there. Describing it was almost therapeutic, given everything that had just happened. As I'd felt my grasp on reality slipping, it was good to go over the simple, rational explanation for it to help me regain my grip. I answered all of their questions about Jake. Apparently, all they found in Jake's home computer was a few articles about shadow people and ghosts, as well as a few research articles on unrelated medical procedures. And they wanted to know if the two could be linked, but I explained that Jake's mum was a nurse in the nearby hospital. If anyone was searching for methicillin-resistant staph, aureus treatments, or subcranial hematomas, or fecal emulsification techniques, then it was probably her. Shadow people knew porn, though? That sounded more like Jake. Eventually, I had no further questions. Their theories were obviously not something I was supposed to be privy to. Their relative greenness as officers meant they let slip more than they should when exchanging tidbits. From what I could gather, they thought that my experiment had probably spooked him, leading to a sleepless night. In his insomnia, he probably tried to sneak out to visit a girlfriend, but had fallen afoul of one of his less amiable contacts en route. This was an implication that, even at 15, Jake already owed some serious people money. The officers had what they needed to close this lead. I was thanked for my help, and they left. Richard seemed visibly relieved when I explained to him everything we'd talked about. He'd clearly been driving himself crazy thinking the cops were investigating a case of neglect at the school and that he was going to be facing legal action over inappropriate experiments being conducted in the classroom. However, although the panic had faded, his anger had not. "Clean up this mess now. Talk to all your students from yesterday. Find out if any of them are still having problems and fix it. Make sure they know there's nothing to worry about. If I get so much of a report of a broken night's sleep from one of their parents, then you're finished." I sent messages out to all the students and asked them to come see me as soon as possible, as Richard had agreed to cover the rest of my day's classes. I interviewed them one by one, asking what they'd seen since the experiment. Most told stories about occasional glimpses of something in the dark. No one told me that he was so scared that he hadn't been able to do any of his homework. Nice try. I thought. But I kept my solemn face on. However, most had been able to nod off eventually, and few complained of anything further stretching into the daytime. In fact, when really pushed, most seemed to agree that anything they had seen was just their imagination going into overdrive. Secretly, I had my doubts as to how many of their visions truly were imaginary, but the calmer they were, the less they were affected. And if they truly did see fewer shadows, the less they believed. Then I was going to let them carry on and watch the problem solve itself. The end of the day came, and I looked over the register of the class to see who I'd managed to talk to. I'd managed to tick off everyone bar 2. Jake and Amy. I hadn't seen Amy all day since she approached me after the lesson. I hurried to the administrative department to report it, but Amy had apparently been picked up by her father earlier that morning, claiming to be suffering from a massive headache. I breathed a sigh of relief. I could talk to her tomorrow, and hopefully another night's sleep would put the whole thing to bed. And with Amy safe at home, the day over, and Jake still nowhere to be found, I went back to my place. I poured myself a whiskey and stood at the window, watching the sun go down over the city horizon. It was normally a beautiful sight. This was one of the principal reasons I paid so much for this flat. But today, it held no such pleasure. The sun got lower, and I watched as the tall buildings' shadows elongated into the evening. There was something about the way the shadows were creeping across the streets and over the hedges and walls towards my windows that set my heart racing. Of course, it was just the angle of the sun, but for all the panic of the last 2 days, it was difficult to not feel an almost predatory feel to their approach. The way the shadows snaked through the trees and poured through my windows. The way the black imprints of the lampposts and power lines created long, grasping fingers that crawled up into my room. Soon, the whole city seemed to be cloaked in a dusky twilight, and every shadow seemed to writhe and pulsate. The wind blew the trees, and the shadows swayed on my walls, like a cobra waiting to strike. I downed the whiskey, and threw on all the lights for comfort, but there was no comfort to be had. The harsh, bright lights just turned my flat into a patchwork of shadows. And behind the couch, behind the TV, over the cupboards, and anywhere that bright central light couldn't reach was suddenly turned into a pool of darkness. A darkness that stared and watched and waited and mocked. A darkness that demanded to hold my gaze just so that it could gaze right back at me. And I poured another whiskey, bringing it to my mouth, taking a deep swig, when through the distorted lens of the bottom of the glass, I saw a blurry, dark figure stood in front of me. I was paralyzed. The whiskey slopped against my teeth and burned my tongue, but I didn't dare swallow. I didn't dare move. I just watched as the shadowy figure towered, motionless, begging me to react. Then eternity passed in between the poundings of my heart. The vapor of the whiskey almost tickled my nostrils, and in that moment of lapsed concentration, the shadowy figure charged at me. I screamed and flailed, sending my glass shattering against the nearby wall. But then nothing. In the instant our gaze had broken, the figure was gone. I stood panting and breathless, my heart beating so loud I couldn't hear. I was sweating burnt adrenaline and shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. I brought my hand up, and grabbing a handful of hair, I collapsed backwards against the cupboard and slid to the floor. If not believing was the key to not seeing these things, then I was doomed forever. Gavro was right. He must have been. These ghosts were already here. I just let them out. But what did they want? I don't know how long I sat there for. It felt like hours. Soon, though, I found my composure. I found the courage to stand up. I poured another whiskey. But the shadows were still there. In every alcove, nook, and cranny of furniture, there was another drape of shadow waiting to pounce. I had to get out of that place. Right then. I wandered the streets until I found an internet cafe that was open until late. Better still, they too had whiskey. I wasn't really paying attention to what I was doing, just blind, meaningless surfing of anything that came to mind. Given the evening I'd had, pictures of kittens were a central theme. However, through my aimless Googling, one particular results page came up. Result 1, as usual, was a wiki article. And I figured there was no harm in reading it in case anyone ever asked. So I clicked it. I felt my stomach lurch and my heart sink. I fumbled for my phone and dialed 999. I knew where Jake was. I just hoped I was in time. Part 5. And by the time I got to hospital, the police were already there. I should have known there was no way they'd let me see Jake, but the police were very eager to talk. My tongue couldn't keep pace with my brain, and the gargled mess of questions that I barraged the police with were barely coherent. An officer I hadn't met before raised an authoritative hand to silence me. "Please, sir, follow me. We have some further questions." "Is he all right?" "Sir, if you'd please, just follow me." I was ushered into a small room and sat down on a squeaky and uncomfortable chair. The officer took his place behind the desk. What the hell was this room? What kind of a hospital has an interrogation room? The officer was not one I recognized. He certainly wasn't with the two who questioned me earlier. He was older, comfortably so, a good 10 years without a doubt. He was also harder and more experienced. His stony face revealed nothing of his intentions and how much he knew, and I imagined that, unlike the two rookies who questioned me earlier, I wasn't going to find a damn thing he didn't want me to know. "You're Jake's teacher, correct? The one who placed the 999 call?" "Yes, that's me. Is Jake all right?" "No, but he will survive." I couldn't tell whether to be relieved or not. The officer's poker face refused to let slip anything that could calm my fears for Jake. "But he's alive?" "Yes. Now, tell me, how did you know where to find Jake? How did you know he'd be here?" "It was a guess. Something your officers asked me about earlier." He held my gaze, revealing nothing, and taunting me into carrying on. "Your officers, That is, the infrasound. Yes, this ghost noise of yours. He interrupted with the tone of a man sick of entertaining the idea that there was anything at play here other than an off-the-rails kid in trouble. However, there was the faintest flicker of doubt in his eyes, as though he'd seen something he couldn't reconcile with his foregone conclusion. The infrasound interferes with your eye's lens. It makes you see things that aren't there. Terrible things. Jake's text about turning off the noise made me think that he was still seeing them, and that maybe that had something to do with his disappearance. The officer remained stoic. I had no doubt this was a man well versed in allowing criminals to hang themselves with their words, with nothing other than the blunt force of his silence. Then this morning, your officers were talking to me about things that were in Jake's search history. Most of it was unsurprising given the nature of the vision and the nature of him being a 15-year-old boy. Then they mentioned some medical terms he'd also been searching for. At first I figured they were from his mum, as she's a nurse, and I didn't see any connection between them and the infrasonic visions. Still nothing. The officer was going to wait until I told him everything before he played his hand in return. Out of curiosity, I Googled the ones I hadn't heard of. The faintest twitch disturbed the officer's rigid gaze. Phacoemulsification. I finally spilt my finding. It's a form of eye surgery based on using ultrasound to break up cataracts. I saw Jake's logic straight away. I fucked up his eyes using infrasound. Maybe he thought he could fix them using ultrasound. I knew with his mum working here, he'd know the layout and maybe even have the means to gain access to the relevant wards. That was when I called you. Now please, tell me what happened to Jake. At this point, my mind was almost at breaking point. I just needed to know what was happening. The officer took his time to consider revealing what he knew, and eventually he leaned in close and said softly, Jake Tandy blinded himself using the ultrasonic equipment in the ophthalmology lab. Now, I don't know whether that was what he intended to do, but that was a result. My jaw dropped. He directed 2 focused waves of ultrasound into each eye and destroyed the lens and retina. Nurses found him curled by the still-running machine, and when they tried to approach him, he lashed out at the sound of their approaching footsteps and screamed to be left alone. He calmed as soon as he heard their voices, and he was sobbing apologies for his outburst, saying, I thought you were them. The nurses said he kept simply repeating, They're gone. I can't see them. They're gone. I can't see them. As they took him to the intensive care. He was smiling. I was gonna be sick. I'm so sorry, Jake. I truly am. I never intended for any of this. Please believe me. Willie, is he... I stammered. As I said, he will live. But there's no way to save his sight. And he will need extensive therapy. At this point, the officer leaned in closer. He had the same look of steely authority on his face that Richard had when he originally questioned me about the other affected pupils. He was mentally searching for something, anything, that could be used to pin this on me. But he was falling short. There were no regulations in place regarding infrasound, even in a concentrated experiment. so they couldn't even charge me with professional misconduct, let alone assault. I was free to go. Instead, he simply held my gaze and asked in a bullying tone, "Anything else to tell me?" There were hundreds of things. I wanted to tell him Jake was right. I wanted to tell him we were both being stalked by shadowy beings. I wanted to tell him my apartment was an inhospitable orgy of demonic head fuckery. But I didn't. At this point, I must have already looked insane enough without the truth making things worse. I simply whimpered, "No." Like a kicked puppy. "In that case, you're free to go. But look," he said, softening his tone momentarily, "if you think of anything else, here's my number." I was walking out of the hospital car park when a thought hit me like a brick. Amy. I'd failed Jake, and for that I could never forgive myself, but I could still save Amy. Oh, please let me be in time to save Amy. I immediately called the detective. "Look, I'm still at the hospital. Can you meet me downstairs? I've thought of someone else you need to speak to," I told him. When the officer arrived in the cold, comfortably well-lit hospital reception area, I told him, "You need to send someone to check on Amy Sunderland. She went home complaining of headaches, and she too complained of seeing the same shadows as Jake long after the experiment had finished." I don't see any reports of a missing Amy Sutherland." "Sunderland, look, she's not missing. She's at home. Her father collected her from school today." "Listen, I appreciate your concern, but I can't send officers over to someone's house to see if a 15-year-old girl has recovered from a headache." "Just please, send someone. I don't know her address, but her parents are Lydia and James Sunderland. I think she might be in danger. She reported exactly the same symptoms as Jake, just a few hours behind. If she's following the same path, then we might not have long enough to prevent the same thing happening again. Please!" The officer fell silent. This wasn't the same authoritative silence he'd used to intimidate me during questioning. This was the genuine sound of indecision. He'd had a shitty night. Just because Jake had been found didn't mean that this case was solved. And he'd still had the shitstorm of having to discover how a missing 15-year-old boy had been able to get access to the hospital equipment and blind himself. He was weighing up whether he could justify sending officers to check on the girl given the crime scene at the hospital. My face must have swayed him. After all, the only reason Jake was found at all was because of my hunch. So he figured it was better safe than sorry. He pulled the walkie-talkie to his mouth. "Send a car round to check on the house of Lydia and James Sunderland." "Could you repeat the names?" crackled a male voice on the other end. Lydia and Jim Sunderland, parents of Amy Sunderland," he repeated. "Sir, I don't understand. You want another car sent there?" came the voice, still seeking clarification. "What do you mean, another?" "Two cars already visited this evening, sir, accompanying the ambulance, in order to assess the scene and question the parents." The professional facade the man had put on this morning was dying in front of me. His ashen face looked ready to crumble as the implication sunk in. He looked like he wanted to shoo me away in case I overheard important information. But he didn't. "What happened?" He quizzed the still nonplussed radio operator. "Sorry, sir. I thought you knew." "They don't allow phones in the hospital. I haven't been updated on anything for an hour or so. Tell me." Sir, Amy Sunderland was found dead in her room this evening. She bled to death after clawing her own eyes out. Her parents had left her sleeping off a migraine to go to cinema and found her when they returned. My world broke. I'd failed Amy. I failed Jake. I failed everyone. I don't even know what happened next. In mindless days, I drifted home. It was gone midnight by this point. Barely 48 hours since I'd found that damned article. 2 days ago, I'd been a self-pitying teacher with a tough class and a lack of balls. I now had the weight of Jake's sight and Amy's life crushing me. Through the aimless gaze that was my vision, I stumbled home. I didn't care. The shadows in the streets, and the bushes, in the alleys in between the cars seemed thicker, almost solid, tangible. They seemed to reach for me, to grasp for me, touch me, and grab me. I even felt fingers on my bare skin at times. Chilled scratches ran up my arms and down my neck. But I didn't care. When I got to my door, I opened it and looked into the shadowy flat. The darkness was alive now. I could feel it. At this point, I don't think even turning the light on could have dissipated the sea of writhing blackness that engulfed my home. It pulsed and swayed and seemed to breathe as I stared into it. It wasn't just a figure anymore. It was dozens of them, all dancing and mocking and taunting and begging me to join them. Inky black tendrils snaked out of the doorway and over the hallway walls like the branches of some foul tree, growing out to produce some fouler fruit. Snakes of writhing black snuck across my floor towards my feet. Whatever I'd brought forth with my little science lesson wasn't going away, and wasn't going to let me go. I still had another 30 kids to claim from my mistake. I could think of nothing else to sate them. So as the horrific fingers of whatever lived in those shadows continued to climb up my legs, I simply walked in and closed the door behind me. I didn't care. I'm sorry.